Meow. Hello. Welcome. Hopefully everything is working-ish. Meow. This song is currently playing due to the fact that most MIDIs don't work now. As previously demonstrated, it's a lot more difficult to find good ones. In fact, you want to hear something really funny? You want to hear a funny thing? Is this it? This is a MIDI of the song we were just listening to. As you can see, it's thoroughly fucked. That's the sound that a cat would make in that version of the song. Also proof that I can make fucked up monster sounds. Anyway, hello, welcome. Now that I have said fuck multiple times within the first 5 minutes, my monetization will surely explode. Not that I had any. How's Sucro doing? Oh, I see. Well, that's unfortunate, isn't it? Hello, and welcome. 'Tis I. I'm here. Last time we got to approximately this location. And then Sucro took a nap for a very long time. Maybe. Hello. Welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. It's the one after 13, but that has nothing to do with it. Also, I'm a bard again. I'm going to go ahead and display my weapon. You can see that this bow has a second bow on it as an ornament, as ornamentation. And, yeah. So I realized some stuff about Bard that's interesting. It actually doesn't have that many buttons. Like, I fit everything around here. This extra toolbar down here, which you can sort of tell that I'm indicating, hotbar rather, is just there to let me know when those things are off cooldown. And Bard is a little odd. And I still sort of agree with the mentioning previous stream that maybe Bard is in line for a rework at some point. But it works well enough. You have to sort of like rotate your songs and keep an eye on a couple of gauges here and there. But mostly the opener and the burst are the difficult parts to juggle, and then everything else is pretty simple. It's odd. Anyway, I guess we'll just go ahead and... Go ahead. What do you think, Estinian? Ah, I feel the worm's anger. His lair is not far at all. We stand within the sacred homeland of dragons, beneath the sky that is hraesvelgr's domain. Our quest nears its end, Sucro. That's not true. This quest is only level 53, and Heavensward increased the cap to 60, Izael. You gotta look at the game menu. We have reached it at last, the peak of Som All. Yeah, I think that probably would cause some anger, I would guess. I'm not Nidhogg, so I can't say for sure. It is said to be the highest mountain in all of Eorzea, you know. I thought it cold in Kurthus, but the air here carries the chill of a dozen winters. No snow, though. By the way, this was actually preventing me from flying in the previous zone. So, I went and did all the side quests there previously. Or rather, off camera. So we can fly here. I'm gonna take a brief detour to go fly around. And just, fly around. Fly for free. Fly for fun? I think it was fly for fun, actually. By the way, I've installed Mount Roulette. Now Sucro can have one of several funny items appear. Such as Blade Horse, made of corpses. Everyone's favorite, and if you think I'm kidding, I'm pretty sure I'm not. This otherworldly mount cobbled together from the carcasses of noble beasts and armored in elaborate gold plate is said to only accept as riders those who have proven their might and mettle on the fields of battle. This is one of the Garo PvP mounts. Acquired from obtaining a certain number of victories in crystalline conflict and or frontlines, whilst wearing a title from the event, such as Makai Gunbreaker, as you see here. There are multiple other blade horses. This is just like one of them. I'm gonna de-equip this title again. So, yeah. Just take a nice little fly around this area and see what there is to see. It's always nice to get a new perspective on things, sometimes literally, in terms of like eyeball. You can go up quite high up. Plus, now that I have super graphics, we can see this in super graphic vision, which I don't know how different it looks, but it does look pretty. It's a pretty game, basically. I gained Archer experience points for discovering a new location. Yeah, you can like land in places like up here. This horse looks kind of out of place, I'll be honest. Hey there, dragons. You can land up here. I think you can walk up here. Or get up here in some other way. There's probably some sightseeing log locations somewhere ridiculously high up, if I remember right. Which I might not. Like, maybe right there, yeah. Three towers, unique in that they appear to have been built to house both man and dragon. An architectural oddity which would seem to corroborate the Holy See's position, yet they were erected by heretic witches for themselves and their dragon consorts. The real reason behind this entire conflict is that the Pope is jealous of the old architecture. I don't know why the Mount Roulette keeps drawing the chair. Also, Tsukro sits on this chair kind of funny. Yeah, you can go in the statue. And also there's a sightseeing log here that I just got. Tsukro sits really far forward in this chair. Like some kind of gamer or something. What else do we have? Ah yes, the Falcon. I forget exactly when this was given out. But you can get it again from the current Moogle Treasure Trove event. Though I had it from before. I think it was some sort of event item that was account-wide. Promotional. Anyway, I think the Falcon is really funny because it's so small. Also, are you allowed to say that your character likes to be tall when you are playing as a Viera who is already like 1,000,000 feet tall? Just by nature of being a Viera. Tsukro is 5 feet tall. Ayato is like significantly taller than Tsukro at the very least. Let Tsukro be tall for once. Or something. Also funny about this mount is the occasional really obvious loop in the sound that it makes. But yeah. I think I'll be... Oh, I was just joking about how you're already playing a character who is tall. Significantly taller than Tsukro. And you're saying that she likes to be tall. You can also go over here. I think this is probably something I will be doing whenever I acquire Flight. Is just taking a little tour, looking around, admiring the scenery. I think it's okay to do that. We can have a bit of a... We can take a relaxing pace through the game. It's not like I've been going at a breakneck speed, what with a 6-month gap in between one of the recent streams and the one before that one. And I assume there will only be even more beautiful areas I've yet to witness. I'm not really flying around in any specific way. I'm not making sure to hit up all the cool locations or anything. I'm just sort of flying around for a bit. As a warm-up to get us started. I think I said this, I definitely said this last time, but one thing I would eventually like my preferred mount in this game would be some means of like just flying around in your, like through your own power in some sort of like Neverland pixie dust kind of way. Anyway, let's inhale the smoke. I'm sure that's good. That's probably fine. Give me Kingdom Hearts Flight for Sucro, is what I'm saying, basically. Can I land on this? Of course not. It'd be funny, but I can't. Anyway, that'll be enough of that for right now. There's no use putting off this part of the quest line any longer. I believe this is a infamous or famous, probably infamous part of Heavensward. As I mentioned before, I don't know if they've changed anything about this. So let's go. I guess. Now that we've scaled the mountain, there remains the problem of finding hraesvelgr himself. Music abruptly cuts out. What manner of creature is that? Remember how there was a plot point once about how most people couldn't see moogles? I think they forgot. Or, like, just decided everyone relevant could. Sucro, do my eyes deceive me, or was that a moogle? Nod, looking scared. It was my understanding that they only dwelled within the Twelveswood. It could also be Twelveswood moogles specifically that are like that, I suppose. I certainly never expected to see one in the churning mists. I forgot it was in Monster Hunter World. That's kind of funny. Which reminds me of another funny instance. So, speaking of how MIDIs don't work very well, it seems like a lot of the MIDIs that exist online that were tuned for the Bard automatic music player, or just Bard music player, don't work too well in the most recent version. And plus, a lot of them are kind of janky anyway. But funny part number one, there is like a giant zip file of over 7,000 MIDIs, most of which aren't very great or don't work. And funny part number two, there's a subset of those files that is specifically listed as Square Enix MIDIs, parentheses, safe, because this game has a policy where if you play any third-party music, you get eliminated immediately and sent to the Seven Hells or whatever. If they find you doing it. And within that, for some reason, I think whoever compiled these thinks that Monster Hunter is a Square Enix property. I mean, they did a crossover once, but there's several Monster Hunter songs in that zip file that are nowhere close to being related to that specific crossover event. So that's interesting. Unless maybe those songs are in 14 and I just don't know about it. Like maybe there's orchestrion rolls for like Poke Village Shrug, because that was one of the songs. Anyway, out of those over 7,000 songs, I made a playlist of about 10 that are legal and okay. We might hear that at some point because I'm a bard again. I don't know. It was my understanding that they only dwelled within the Twelveswood. I certainly never expected to see one in the churning mists. If the Moogle does live here, he may know where hraesvelgr makes his lair. Quickly now, before we lose the creature completely. Also, as far as bard music goes, I'm pretty sure that they can't kill me for doing that. Which is the most important thing I can do with that button. That series of buttons, rather. Yep, and here we are. I'm sure this place looks familiar to... Oh, hey, there's a sightseeing log. I'm sure this place looks familiar to people who have played Final Fantasy XIV. It looks familiar to me. Also, it's better lit now because of the graphics settings. I do like the aesthetic of the area. I do like the big, puffy, glowy plants. Funny poof balls. I think the mount you get for the Moogle quests is basically that. Ah, he's gone! Sucro, we must widen our search. Can I get that? Hey-ya! Yeah. No. Probably not. We did see a Moogle, did we not? We did indeed, Alphino, we did indeed. The nearby air appears warped. You sense that concealing magics are at work. I think this actually does kind of answer the plot point I was talking about. Moogles can just hide. Where could he have gone? Oh. I gotta speak to Estinian before I do any surveying. A Moogle, did you say? I am unfamiliar with the breed, but I shall search for one nonetheless. So the only certain people can see Moogles thing is like Moogles only decide to show up for certain people, I guess? I see no evidence of this Moogle of yours. Are you certain it wasn't a trick of the light? Mayhap 'twas simply one of those strange plants shifting in a breeze. I don't know, it went whoop at me. That's not a good approximation of the Moogle noise, but that's what you're getting. It went wow. That's closer. I have heard tales of these Moogles, but 'tis the first time I've ever laid eyes on one. They are rather adorable, aren't they? Why do you stare at me so? Can I not find a creature adorable? My heart is not truly made of ice. Fun character trait of Izael discovered. Sucro, sit on mushroom. Stand on mushroom, rather. Ah, the echo lets you pierce the illusion. Well, it's clearly not working right now exactly. Oh, once again, someone else is doing the same story quest that I am. Izael is really great. Yeah, I agree. I think basically most characters are. There is no sign of a Moogle in the area. Well, better pack up and leave. I guess we'll find hraesvelgr some other way. I kid. I don't think this part is actually that bad. It's just fun to make it seem like it is. I'm sure I glimpsed the Moogle fleeing in this direction. Could he be concealing himself with magic? By the way, Kane Senna is also here. Suddenly. Or will be. This is the part where they're like, we forgot to make Kane Senna do anything in the story. Good news, Moogles are involved, and therefore tangentially, she is relevant. Confound it, could we but enlist the aid of one of the local Moogles, I'm certain hraesvelgr would not evade us for long, or elude us for long. Though the eye enables me to sense the presence of dragons, I can only identify nidhogg's with any certainty. We could wander the mists for days and not know if we were any closer to his brood brother. And those are days we cannot well afford to squander. Shall we divide our forces then? Lady Izael, might I ask you to question any dragons whom you judge it safe to approach? Nod. I shall try, yet I fear the influence of Nidhogg's rage will render most of the Dravanians in the area deaf to reason. And what of you, Master Alphinaud? I have not yet given up on the moogles. Sucro, come with me to Gridania. I mean to petition the aid of the moogles' kin in the Twelveswood. After that business with Moggelmog, I dare say they will be glad to help us. Assuming you have no need of me, I shall remain here. Nidhogg senses both the loss of his consort and the coming of the Eye, and his attention is firmly fixed in this direction. I mean to do what I can to hold his gaze in the hope that it might delay any action against Ishgard. Thank you, Estinian. Come then, Sucro. Let us make haste for Gridania and rendezvous at Nofika's altar. Ah, but I neglected to tell you. There is an aetheryte of ancient construction here, which should make the return journey rather less arduous. Pray do not forget to use it. Nod. I already have. How often do they acknowledge in the story, like, oh, we better travel a long distance really quickly right now? Because I don't think they were doing that a lot prior to this point in the story. I think this is a relatively uncommon story point. It's not really the words I'm looking for, but happens more and more from here. Yeah, that's about what I thought. Nofika's altar is over there. Remember when the game didn't have that convenient map when you were teleporting? That kind of sucked. Anyway, I sent word to the Elder Seedseer upon arriving in Gridania, and I'm pleased to report that she's agreed to grant us an audience. If anyone can help us to contact the Twelveswood moogles, it is she. We are expected at the Lotus Stand. I trust you're familiar with the conjurer stationed at its entrance. Indeed we are. The Elder Seedseer awaits you. Pray follow me. I think a lot of people used to complain about Kanae Senna not doing anything. And here she is. I bid you welcome, friends. The Admiral spoke of having met with you, but 'tis no less of a relief to see you safe and hale with mine own eyes. We humbly thank you for agreeing to receive us upon such short notice, my lady, and for all you've done for us in our absence. Would that it were solely to express our gratitude that we came to you this day. Alas, the tides of battle yet dictate our comings and goings. Elder Seedseer, we would beg your wisdom in a matter that may finally bring an end to the Dragon Song War. Speak on, friend. Nod. We gotta talk to some moogles, said Alphinaud in about 1,000 more words than that, probably. At least like 30 more words than that. I see. So you seek a means to contact these moogles of the Churning Mists. Kupopo! Kupopopo! I say, Kupo! Greetings, Kuplokop. To what do we owe the pleasure of your company? I was struck by the sudden urge to bring you some fruit, Kanae, and I'm jolly glad I did. Tell me more about these moogles in the sky, Kupo. I really like the way that the light is illuminating this moogle right now. It's kind of funny looking. It makes the moogle look like they got a big old glowy hat. Just a little bit. And I appreciate that. I will gladly tell you all I know, though it amounts to precious little. We encountered a moogle high in the clouds of Dravania, and had hoped that you and your kin in the Twelveswood might agree to facilitate a meeting. Pray correct me if I'm mistaken, Kuplo, but there are legends, are there not, which speak of moogles who dwelled beyond the clouds?
Indeed there are, Kupo. Long, long ago, back when the world was still young, they say my ancestors served the gods up in the heavens. Of course, that was before their masters took to bickering like spoiled children.
Is it just me, or am I voicing this Moogle the same way I would voice a random Lalafell?
Ah yes, the tale of good King Mogglemog XII. He is revered for holding fast to a rope of miraculous length that his subjects might climb down from the sky and escape to the world below.
We heard about this some.
Ignoring the more fanciful aspects of the tale, it may well be that Kuplo's ancestors hailed from the churning mists. Given how long his kin have resided in the Twelveswood, it's perfectly possible that the details of their history have faded into myth. Indeed, Master Alphino, such stories oft contain a measure of truth. 'Tis like that the moogles of the churning mists tell similar tales of the world below. I can well imagine why the one you encountered fled at your approach. Oh, fleeing's second nature to us. We often hide when the larger races come tramping through the forest. Of course, where there's one moogle, there's bound to be more. Which is why I've decided to take a trip to the clouds, Kupo. They surely won't be afraid to talk to me.
I was hoping you might say that, Master Kuplo. You will accompany us, then.
Just you try and stop me, Kupo. I admit, the thought of venturing outside the Twelveswood is a bit unsettling, but I can hardly refuse a chance to meet my distant cousins. If you will have me, I too will accompany you on this venture, and lend my voice to your cause as an ambassador of Gridania.
Everyone is shocked.
My lady, are you quite certain?
How oft has our nation turned to the scions of the Seventh Dawn in its hour of need? How oft have we asked the Warrior of Light to risk her life to save our own?
Full many times, I say to you, and never have they refused us. Thus do I choose this day to offer mine aid to our allies for the good of the realm.
Everyone is considering this.
Is this not just?
Everyone is saluting.
A most unexpected and most welcome offer, Elder Seedseer. We'd be honored by your presence.
I don't think Kane Senna is likely to be in any sort of danger from any sort of expedition. So, why not? She's powerful. She can handle it.
Pray return to the summit and inform our companions of these developments. I will serve as the Elder Seedseer's guide on the journey back to Som Al. It being a path I have already trodden, I do not anticipate any great difficulties. Besides, we shall have the Elder Seedseer's personal guard to escort us.
Okay, so Alphino does have to go back manually, at least to some degree. So that's something. But he's still going to be here instantly. So how much time is truly being spent? Does it matter? By the way, churning mists, quite something. By the way, there's just a Moogle over there, I guess? Hello? Must be part of a fate or something. Hello? Excuse me. Excuse me, have you seen a Moogle? No? Okay. Fair enough. Funny Cloud. This is a mount that I believe was also related to some sort of promotion. But Sucro can fly around on a cloud if she wants to. Sometimes. I'm gonna try again. Hi-ya! Okay. Not getting that one for a bit. That's fine. What do you think, Izael?
Ah, Sucro, you are returned. How fared you in Gridania? Better than I hope. hraesvelgr's whereabouts yet elude me. Well met, warrior of light. Nidhogg has not stirred, but he watches us unblinking. We talked to some moogles, and the moogle's gonna show up and find the moogles. The Elder Seed Seer herself answers your call, then there's naught to do but wait. And wait they did. They are here, Sucro. Not for long, probably. I mean, the waiting probably wasn't that long. Greetings, my friends. I am happy to report that our journey was mercifully uneventful, devoid as the road was of Dravanians. It would seem the dragons have abandoned Som All for the churning mists. Elder Seedseer, may I present to you Sir Istinian, Ishgard's Azure Dragoon. 'Tis an honor to meet you, Sir Istinian. I've heard many tales of your order's extraordinary skill and courage. Bow. Also bow. Friends, I feel it only right to inform you that we are not alone. The moogles are all around us even as we speak, and I should imagine they are more than a little concerned by the horde of strangers that have descended upon their home. Mayhap now would be an opportune moment to introduce ourselves. Nod. Alright, Sucro, it's time for your famous catchphrase of introduction. This should serve. They're hiding, of course, but there's so many of them, Kupo. Nod. I am Kane Senna. My companions and I have braved the long road from the Twelveswood to share words with you. On this, the occasion of our first meeting, we bring an offering of light and wind. I guess Sucro's not doing any introductions right now, but yeah. I'm a cat. That's correct. That's adorable. I forgot about that. Oh, such a gentle and pleasing glow, Kupo. Apparently that's this moogle's voice. Looks like an indent in that particular... Ta-da! I am Moglin, the chieftain of this Moogle clan. I guess this is the Moglin voice now. Chieftain Moglin, it's an honor to meet you. Greetings, I am Kuplokop, ambassador to the Twelveswood Moogles. I'm going to mix up all the Moogle voices. A Moogle from the world below. Your hide is of a different hue, but that palm is unmistakable. I might need a moment here, Kupo. My companions were no less surprised to learn of your existence here amongst the clouds. I hope they did not startle you over much in their eagerness to make your acquaintance. Full well can I imagine your wariness. I am told that men have not walked here in nigh on 1,000 winters. Mayhap you will forgive them their forwardness when I unfold to you the grave matter which first brought them into your midst. My companions crave an audience with the great worm hraesvelgr that they might negotiate an end to the war twixt man and dragon. An end to the war, you say? I trust you, Kane Senna. The light of peace shines brightly within your soul. But I'm afraid the same cannot be said of your friends. To be plain, we did not hide ourselves because they were the first of your kind to be seen here in 10,000 years. Well, not only because of that. We hid because we smelled dragon blood. Dang it, Istinian. These skies are home to many, many dragons. While some crave peace, such as hraesvelgr, many others crave the opposite, such as Nidhogg. Suffice it to say, we are worried that the presence of your blood-spattered warrior friends will attract the attention of the nastier kind and invite destruction into our happy home. I'm a cat? Now, just a moment, Chieftain. Sucro here may have doled out the odd thrashing or two, but it's always been for a really good reason. She is a champion of the Twelveswood Moogles, and I'll not hear her good name slandered. Now, Ambassador, let's not ruffle each other's fur. I shall of course take your testimony into consideration. If I may, chieftain, there is little room for trust twixt strangers. Might we not take this opportunity to learn more of each other? Moogle sounds. An excellent suggestion, Kupo. In the interest of fostering friendship and keeping an eye on you, I extend to you the hospitality of Mogholm. Prove yourselves worthy of our assistance, and it will be yours. I shall be watching, Kupo. Sucro just seems kind of baffled, but nod. I wonder if the Moogles have actually voiced dialogue at some point. So we can see how far off my random voices are. Hello, Moglu. Are you surprised to see such a fierce-looking Moogle, Kupo? The Palm Guard must defend Chieftain Moglin and all of Mogholm. Mind your manners in front of the chieftain, and don't make him repeat himself. There are many Moogles now. If your tummy's gloopy or your wings are droopy, I have a potion to fix that. That's gonna be relevant at some point. I have one of the most important and difficult jobs in Mogholm, watering the flowers, Kupo. You can't put too much, and you can't put too little. Truly, it's an art form. Have you ever seen such a splendid flower, Kupo? I water it every day. I can't wait to see it grow even more. This Moogle is dead. Z. If only I could eat in my sleep, Kupo. Z. Actually, just asleep. Has Maestro Mogwin finished his latest piece? I can hardly wait to see it, Kupo. What, you want some music? How's that? Anyway. I have too much power now that I know exactly how to do that. If you follow this path all the way to the top, that you'll come out on the summit of Samal. There's such a lovely view up there, Kupo. Righto, let's not delay too much. We will speak to a Moogle. Ah. Tell me, in the world down below, do all of your kind look so different from one another? It must be terribly disconcerting. What was it Kuplo Cop called you again? I'm a cat. Sucro? Your names are as odd as your appearance. Have you ever considered a nice Moogle name? Moglin is taken, by the way, Kupo. As are Moghan, Mogmug, and Mogwin, these being the names of the 3 wise Moogles who will administer the momentous challenges that I've devised to measure your worth. I call them the Trials of Trustworthiness. Undertake these trials, and we shall soon see whether or not you are worthy of our aid. Would you like a bastard sword? Or a claymore? How about some piety materia? I guess that's fine. Anyway. Moghan. Hello, I am Moghan, the foremost alchemist in Mogholm, if you must know. I already gave this Moogle a voice and immediately forgot it. If your tummy's gloopy or your wings are droopy, I have a potion to fix that. Or I would if I didn't keep running out of ingredients. Luckily, you're here to do my trial. Go forth, mighty adventurer, and mightily pluck 3 sprigs of cloud's breath for me. You'll find it blooming near the entrance to Isle Tome. It's not the safest of places, so don't let yourself be too distracted by the pretty flowers, Kupo. So this will be interesting because I'm at the proper level for the story, and thus I will actually have to fight random encounters effectively. Or not so much random encounters, but enemies that exist. What do you want, Mogwin? Some of these rewards were added to this later in the game because Red Mage did not exist in Heavensward. Mogwin's the name, and art is my game. When it comes to painting, there are none in Mogholm who can match my talent with a brush, Kupo. I know why you have come. Chieftain Moglin has demanded that I test your trustworthiness. But as I trust no one to create art that will satisfy me, I instead charge you with retrieving a masterpiece I seem to have misplaced. It was an ambitious and innovative work, guaranteed to fetch at least 4 Kupo nuts on the open market. You must find it. Question the masses. Surely a pebble painted with such a vibrant color and unmistakable panache cannot have escaped the notice of every Moogle in Mogholm. How you doing, Kane? Just as their cousins in the Twelves would, these Mogholm Moogles excel in the manipulation of ether. There are few who could detect them if they chose not to be detected. Okay, so we do just outright explain it. It's not that only certain people can see the Moogles. There's... because of some mystical thing. It's just because they're really good at ether. What do you think, Kupo Cop? How exciting to have relatives in the clouds, Kupo. What do you think, Izael? So exceedingly fluffy. True. Izael, have you played Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles? I think you would like some aspects of that video game. This Moogle's got a gun! Yes, you have the pleasure of speaking with Mogbug. I know. I am the fluffiest, most enchanting creature you have ever laid eyes upon, Kupo. It isn't easy being this adorable. I can barely take a stroll outside without those relentless Dravanians throwing themselves at me. Why, they look as if they might just gobble me right up. In any case, fleeing their overbearing adulation is growing a bit tiresome. Your trial, madam, is this. Find these ardent archaeosaurs and slap some manners into them, Kupo. Perhaps a firm smack on the snout will teach them to appreciate my charm from afar. So, Moogle trials. Talk to people about a shiny rock. Get plants. Kill dinosaurs. Got it. Which of these will be the most difficult? Who can say, really? Mogwin is missing his masterpiece, Kupo? Oh, you mean that paint-smeared mess of a pebble? I've not seen it recently, a fact for which my eyes are profoundly grateful. Rip. Owned. Destroyed. Maestro Mogwin has misplaced his masterpiece, Kupo? Oh, happy day! If I am the swifter in finding it, I will soon have a genuine Mogwin for the price of a little perspiration. Honestly, who has 4 Koopo nuts just lying around to spend on such luxuries? What about you, Mogto? I don't know much about his stone, but I do know Mogwin's been creeping out the way back to the back way to Som'al's summit from time to time, Kupo. Maybe he left it up there. Well, I don't think this is only these 3 trials, by the way. Well, what did you find out, Kupo? You may have left it at the top of a mountain and everybody doesn't like it or thinks it's too expensive. Yes, now that you mention it, I do seem to recall leaving my pebble out in the sun to dry. Ahem, the second part of your trial commences. Go, adventurer, and retrieve my masterpiece before some art-starved admirer swipes the stone for himself. I'll do my best. Time for a car. Bazoo! That's the sound a car makes. No, it's not. I put the funny car in the roulette. I could make the roulette entirely different colored horses, by the way, if I wanted to. Horse roulette is a popular game. So I've heard. Oh wait, they said the way out back, right? So I think that's a different exit from this area. The car feels so slow, even though it's the same speed as everything else. Yeah, I think that's over there, probably. Oh. Sucro's shiny golden horse made of swords and corpses is here to save the day. Or, like, speed up the day a little bit. Ether current. Gotta channel that ether. And here's this other funny horse. This is the horse you get for collecting all of the differently colored horses from the Realm Reborn bosses. Kirin, I think. You get a title for this also. There's a big fancy cutscene about how you got the cool horse. You have collected every horse in the land, it says, and then grants you the ultimate horse, etc. I think this is probably a reasonable direction to go in. One way or another, we will acquire all that we need. Here's some more moogles. I could challenge this one to a card game if I wanted to. Somehow Triple Triad is not unknown to these moogles. I got a rock. Alright, now where... Am I in the neighborhood for the rest of this stuff? Sort of. What about dinosaur? Okay. Both of these are north. That's maybe true. Hey. Oh, okay. I'm terribly busy at the moment. I must clean my collection of shiny tools, Kupo. We can play when I'm done. You actually cannot challenge this Kupo, this Moogle, to said trading card game at this exact moment. I need more funny mounts, I think. Like, what do I actually have? I'm gonna remove that from favorites because it feels slow. So we've only got Chocobo, Black Chocobo, Large Moogle with a bench, Magitech armor, gaudy Magitech armor. Oh right, the Claw. I need to put that in the favorites. Magitech Sky armor? I mean, I like that one. I forgot about it. Ahriman, Behemoth, Sildra. Horse, 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 horse. Horse 2. Horse plus, rather. Somehow the Dark Lantern. Somehow the Auspicious Kamui. Yeah, I need more silly options for this. Instead, Sukro is just gonna lean forward in her gamer chair or whatever. Imagine if there was a mount that was like deliberately designed to invoke a gamer chair. You're not gonna let me just leap off into the abyss in order to expedite my travels? How dare, honestly. Well, that's fine. I will simply travel normally. Now, as I said, we will be attacked by the wildlife now, due to the fact that I am at level, more or less. Not exactly at level, but you know, I'll have to like fight stuff. Here's a pile of dinosaurs. Hello. Behold, as I forget all of the buttons and which orders to press them in. As I have not ingrained Bard into my mind yet. Did Boaster just die or happen to withdraw at this precise moment? I think it was the latter, actually. Right then. We also need to gather materials. Yes. Where might we find more Cloud's Breath? I wonder. There's a wide area to search. And we only have the ability to travel on foot right now, making it significantly more difficult to search in said area. Especially with enemies actually being an important part of the environment again. Very strange, that is. Hey, there's some. I'm hoping that the Mount Roulette adds some entertainment to the portions that are traveling. Not to say that they weren't entertaining, but just like an extra bit of enjoyment. Shrug? I don't know. Here's a reindeer. And there's the cloud's breath we needed. Sucro, you keep wanting to sit in this chair, and I don't know why. Theoretically, the roulette should have an equal chance of pulling anything you place in it. I would assume. However, Sucro loves to sit in a chair. I think this chair... I think I just got this from one of the material containers, as I did a lot of the stuff that I have. What do you think, Estinian? The Fury take these ridiculous flying rodents. It's not that bad, man. Come on. Do you have it, Kupo? Is my masterpiece safe? An ordinary rock awash with extraordinary color. What that color represents, however, you cannot discern from any angle. Yes, this is my work. Is it not exquisite? I call it Contemplations of Zenith. Thank you, madam. At last I can exchange my art for those delectable Kupo nuts. Chieftain Moglin will hear of this valorous deed. Yay. I will take this materia from you. There's also some sort of side quest you can do if you want. What about you, Mogmug? You were able to humble my Dravanian devotees? Wonderful, you are as capable as I am captivating, Kupo. Still, my precious perfection does not excuse those louts from pursuing me so mercilessly, their tongues lolling and bellies rumbling. Hey look, this is kind of funny. Lolling, being in dialogue. When I was speaking to friend of the stream, Aya, earlier today about how that word is probably unusable in writing due to its use in modern language, as in LOLing. And yet here it is, but it's being spoken by a Moogle, and I don't know what that means. The Dravanians and their ilk have much to learn about acceptable acts of admiration. Okay. I guess I'll take this bow. Oh wait, is this the bow I already have? Sucro, put clothes on. This is the bow I already have. I will just take that then. What do you think, Alphino? I did not expect our travels to bring us to a Moogle village. I wonder if a similar settlement exists somewhere within the Twelveswood. Probably. Is Azale still talking about how fluffy they are? Yes. LOL. LMAO. Indeed. Alphino would say that. Did you have any trouble finding Cloud's Breath? I do need it quite urgently, you know. Lack of imagination has led to most white flowers found growing in the skybound regions of Dravania and Ablathia to be named after clouds, this light-petaled specimen being no exception. Oh yes, these are perfect, Kupo. Now I have the main ingredient for my palm tonic. Speaking of which, how are you feeling, miss? Should you ever feel your palm losing its bounce, then I'm your Moogle, Kupo. I'm afraid I don't believe that applies to me. You have completed the trials of trustworthiness. Return to Chieftain Moglin and await his judgment. Was this like worse before? Like worse to deal with? I truly do not remember. Sucro, if that's what you insist on calling yourself, you accidentally skipped my dialogue. I will ban you from Mogholm. Whoops. During these grueling tests of character, I closely observed your conduct as well as that of your companions. And I am decided, Kupo. Gather your friends before me now so that I need not repeat myself needlessly. Yeah, I feel like that's true. I accidentally skipped some of that dialogue, so I guess I'm gonna have to replay the entire Heavensward story now. They had the Elder Seedseer scrubbing and sweeping. The Elder Seedseer! I never imagined my duties would include tidying up fallen leaves in a Moogle village beyond the clouds. Standing here in Mogholm, my thoughts turn inevitably to the legend of good King Boggelmod XII and his seat in the heavens. Like most, I thought it no more than a myth, a story for younglings that grew with the telling. But with every passing moment, I become more certain that we've discovered the origin of the tale. Full eager am I to hear what the chieftain has to say. Okay, I will have to pick up some of these for later. This Moogle is not allowed to bathe because there's monsters, I guess, is that one. Are these trials over then? My tasks have been little more than household chores. If our host elects not to grant their aid after working us like pack chocobos, I shall demand compensation in Kupo nuts out of principle. But I hope it will not come to that. Let's hear the chieftain's verdict, shall we? I want to hear Alphino demand compensation in Kupo nuts. How go your trials, warrior of light? I myself have been sent on a number of expeditions to go chastise the local dragon population. Did not their chieftain wish to avoid inflaming the Dravanians? Such contradictions aside, our hosts seemed entranced by the height of my leap. They compared me to Mog, a lance-wielding Moogle of Eld, who also favored such attacks. Direct shoutouts to Mog Final Fantasy VI. Hey, neat. Forgot about that line. That's fun. Good old Mog, also a dancer. A slam dancing Moogle, as Woolsey described. It was meant to be a compliment, I expect, but I doubt these furry lumps could outleap a Karakul lamb, much less a dragoon. Conclude your business here swiftly, Sucro. I like not this place. Hey, do you want to see... What? Hey, Estinian. Speaking of Karakul lambs, I have this now. It's not a bad leap, and it becomes infinite when you unlock flight. Also, this sheep looks really uncomfortable to sit on because of how much you have to stretch your legs out. Practically doing a split at this point. But here's a funny sheep. Behold the funny sheep. It's a good sheep, I would say. You are on the roulette, so you may show up more. What sorcery is this, that my heart should stir at mere fluffiness? Izael? Sucro, I was... No matter. What is it? Chieftain Moglin has made his decision? Well, let us not keep him waiting, then. Izael is good. By the way, what is my... Oh, my chocobo is actually closer to level up than I might expect. We've become such friends, Kupo. My Moogle cousins love to sing and dance as much as I do. Chieftain Moglin has finally come to a decision, has he? Well, I suppose I'd better flutter over and see him then. Alright, Moglin. Give us your judgment, I suppose. There are actually a fair number of people running around in this area right now. I've noticed. Comedy music. Never have I seen such determined workers, Kupo. It would have taken us moons to complete all those dreary chores and niggling errands. You're just admitting it now. And have our labors proven the purity of our intentions, Chieftain? Without a doubt. In fact, there was never really all that much doubt to begin with. You were, after all, already friends with the fellow Moogle. But you see, before any meeting with hraesvelgr could take place, certain preparations needed to be made. And what better way to help you pass the time than by having you perform all the tiresome tasks that no one ever wants to do, Kupo? Ugh. Oh dear, the horn, bring out the horn, quickly now. Comedy. Tsukro has obtained trumpet. I just like this Tsukro looking at this trumpet with a completely, like, neutral expression. Like a completely dead inside sort of look. Like, yup, that's an instrument. We blow on this wondrous instrument whenever we wish to speak with the great worm, Kupo. We haven't perhaps been treating it with the care it deserves of late, and I think Moghan may have sat on it, so we needed some time for cleaning and polishing and straightening. No lasting harm done, though. Now, you need simply head to Zenith, the worm's dwelling to the west, and give the horn a good toot. We are in your debt, Chieftain. Thanks to your noble gift, we shall finally have a chance to plead our case to hraesvelgr. Very possibly, yes. But I wouldn't get my hopes up too high, Kupo. The old worm isn't terribly fond of, Your concern is appreciated, but I'm quite certain that hraesvelgr will welcome our overtures. Should we ever arrive at his lair, come, we've squandered enough time already. Izael glaring at Estinian. Chieftain Moglin, we thank you for your gracious hospitality. Though we must soon take our leave, I pray that we may continue to nurture the shoots of this new-sprung friendship twixt earth and sky. Of course, Kupo. Visit us whenever you wish. Consider Mogholm your home amongst the clouds. Much bowing. Tsukro just turns and leaves. Tsukro is already getting increasingly done with everything, huh? Tsukro didn't make any sort of... Hey, what's up? Thanks for the help, Kupo. I doubt I ever would have found time for all those rotten chores. Hey, it wasn't my idea. If the chieftains spent a little less time sitting about and a little more time chieftaining, things would never have gotten so messy in the first place. And he was the one who sat on the horn, by the way. But now all the errands are done and the horn is fixed, so all's well that ends well, eh, Kupo? I guess. Yeah, that wasn't too bad at all. Well, I expect you're eager to be on your way. Did I mention that your friend was looking for you, Kupo? If not, Alphino's looking for you. I'll be waiting just outside, stretching my wings. Let me know when you're ready to depart. Estinian's already left. It will not be long now, hraesvelgr. Through our labors, new friendships have blossomed. For this, we must give thanks. I cannot wait to tell my kinsmoogles in the 12th all about this place. They'll be beside themselves with envy, Kupo. Anywho, to the best of my knowledge, we have all that we need for our trip to Zenith, and I believe the Elder Seedseer and her retinue will soon be making the journey back to Gridania. It would be remiss of us, I think, to not convey our gratitude to them prior to going our separate ways, shall we? Indeed we shall. Alphino, Sucro, I do humbly thank you for what has been a most enlightening experience. Were it not for your pioneering spirit, the existence of these moogles might have never been revealed to us. 'Tis we who should be thankful, eldest Seedseer. Were it not for your timely diplomacy, they would never have chosen to reveal themselves at all. And 'twas your presence, Kuplo Kop, that ultimately won us their trust. It must have taken great courage to leave the sanctuary of the Twelveswood, and we're exceedingly glad that you did. It was my pleasure, Kupo. I made so many new friends, and I have so many fantastic tales to tell my kinsmoogles back home. And it is to our home that we must now return. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal, my friends. Bow. Safe journey, Elder Seedseer. We too must be on our way. hraesvelgr awaits. Bow. Nod. Warrior of Light, pray attend closely to your companion, Sir Estinian. Beneath that stoical facade, a storm of anguish seethes unseen. Nod. You know, that could kind of describe the Warrior of Light, too, depending on, like, you know, job quests and stuff that you go into and other circumstances, you know, just saying. Stoic facade, storm of anguish, storm of blood, born from blood. Wait, no, we're not there yet. Guess Estinian is kind of like a parallel to the Warrior of Light, if you want. If you choose to think of that in that way. Alright. Estinian is out here. Enough talk. Let us leave this risible place behind us. I don't know what that word means, Sir Estinian. I'm just a cat who likes to read and should know that in character. But I don't. We have tarried overlong. Let us forge ahead as swiftly as we may, lest Ishgard bear the brunt of the Horde's fury. The closer we come to hraesvelgr, the higher my spirits rise. But is it I who am elated, or Saint Shiva? Have you said your goodbyes and dabbed away your tears, Kupo? Hey, I don't think the dab sound effect worked. Well, look. They can be a little separated. It's fine. Sometimes stuff just doesn't work. I gotta find more excuses to use funny stuff on my soundboard. You probably heard that twice, too. Actually, you probably normally would. How about this one?
Welcome to bonus stage.
Anyway. Right, continuing on. And we are deemed ready to go. I do feel like they shortened that segment of the game. I don't know how much, or to what extent. The road to Zenith. As Chieftain Moglin already explained, the shiny instrument we gave you is the best means of grabbing hraesvelgr's attention. I'll come along and show you the way to the Zenith. That's the big palace where you need to blow the horn. First things first, though, we need to make for Asa. Oh, and watch out for rampaging dragons. Maybe that should have been the first thing, Kupo. Maybe. A lot of the people here are probably here for Moogle quests as well, rather than actually for this part of the story. Roadkill. Fight more dragons, which are also dinosaurs. That's fine. I can do that, probably. Yep. There do be stuff on the way. Where exactly are we headed? Good. Okay. Just heading this way in general. I wonder what the aggro range on the various enemies of these parts is. Guess we'll find out. Sucro and her chair once again. They should let you use performance mode sitting down for some instruments, but they don't. Seems like Dragon is here. Alright, let's see if I can remember my buttons properly this time. Nope, already messed up. Activated the wrong song. I mean, it's fine. I don't have to be optimal for every random encounter. It's just like, I'm trying to figure out if if Bard will click with my brain or if I need to go back to Dancer at some point. I think Bard is alright. Dancer is the class that has clicked with me the most. And I believe a lot of people say it's one of the easier ones, so I guess I'm not the only one that has clicked with Dancer or something. That's a charitable read of that. An uncharitable read of that is that I only understand things that are simple. Hey, what is this enemy anyway? Weird. That much we know for sure. Yeah, that's about how much trouble a regular enemy will cause you if you are at the level you're intended to be, I suppose. I'm supposed to destroy you for some reason. I suppose one advantage of having to fight so many enemies would be the ability to practice the job more. This boss music is not for the Archaeo sword that I'm attacking. It is unrelated. One disadvantage of being at the proper level is one could argue that it affects the pace that we are proceeding forward at, which is true. Whether or not that is a negative is up to the viewer, I would say. Should have done that earlier. Bard is an exercise in pressing 1,000 buttons, and by 1,000 I mean like 5, correctly at the beginning of what you're doing, and then just maintaining the result. The setup is difficult, and the maintenance of the whole ongoing stuff after the setup is less difficult, basically. Which I think makes it an interesting class, probably. And you sort of have to repeat the setup every 2 minutes. I think they've sort of designed most of this game to fit into the 2-minute burst design philosophy at this point. But for Bard, it feels different to me, at least. For whatever reason. That's just my thoughts on it. I'm by no means a Bard expert. The last time I really played Bard before this, not counting the rest of the use of Bard earlier on when I was streaming Sucro's Adventure, the last time I played Bard before all of that was like Heavensward at its release. So Bard when it was a caster, because they ended up having a cast time, that sort. I've not encountered any Hropkins, which are part of my miscellaneous tasks. Ah, those are in an opposite direction. I'll deal with that later. Glad they have a ramp installed here. That's helpful. Is that someone from below? How did you get past the archaeosaurs infesting the road? Ah, you're the one I was supposed to report doing that too. You are a side quest person. Also, there is an ether current here. Yay! I love to channel ether. Sucro loves this. Yay! I also wonder, I don't know if anyone would know this, if they reduced the number of ether currents you have to collect in order to obtain flight in the Heavensward zones. I feel like there were more than 4 to find beforehand. Like, you can see here that there's 5 quest ones for the Churning Mist and 4 exploration ones. They most certainly did. Yeah, that's what it felt like. I appreciate the confirmation. So yeah, they've done a lot to try and like reduce in every expansion, huh? Interesting. Did there used to be more in like even Shadowbringers, or had they decided to reduce the number of them by the time of Shadowbringers? I guess we'll see what all of the Aether Currents and stuff are like in Stormblood and Shadowbringers when we get there. The histories make no reference to the existence of these ruins. Curious, most curious. Okay, interesting. Yeah, it's definitely noticeable, even with my poor memory, that something changed. Did you see the sculpture to the south and west of here? I'm all but certain it was carved in the likeness of Saint Shiva. I did not notice that, actually. Oh, southwest of here would be that way. Oh, you mean that one? In the distance. Yeah, I could see it. What about you, Estinian? Never would I have believed that so much land lay hid above the clouds. Irania is not as I imagined it. Estinian, I thought you would have seen more of the stuff above the clouds with how high you jump all the time. Things were a bit bitey there for a while there, but I think we've arrived in one piece, Kupo. I wonder what has the dragons so awfully snappy. I mean, the bad ones are always bad, but they seem worse than usual. None of this is particularly useful to me. I should probably check what I'm wearing. It's level 54 gear, so what the rewards are at this time is what I'm already using. We may have a small problem, Kupo. When the winds are high like this, hraesvelgr invariably abandons his lofty perch and heads to the lands below to hunt. If you tried blowing the horn now, I doubt he'd hear it. I suggest we stop at the clearing up ahead and rest until the wind dies down. That seems reasonable enough, unless this is an excuse to do more chores of some kind. It's really cool seeing all these areas again, by the way. Like, I haven't done these story quests since Heavensward released. Since around that time, anyway. Probably a bit after it. Lower, Skylord. And, like, I didn't have much reason to explore these areas more, I would say. So this is fun. Oh, I've been challenged by a Skylord. Once again, I pressed my buttons wrong. Can you tell... Pop quiz, can you tell how I pressed my buttons wrong in that instance? Probably not, because you'd have to be paying very close attention to what I was doing. I'm not expecting people to be closely watching my button inputs during this. The answer to what did I do incorrectly was that I led with an off-global cooldown skill instead of leading with one of the GCDs. The way the Bard rotation is listed on the internet indicates that you would start with Windbite and then start a song and then go to Venomous Bite and then at some point activate Raging Strike's Barrage, Battle Voice, etc. So like I am struggling with doing all of this as an opener still. I foresee myself switching back to Dancer at some point. Potentially, unless this suddenly clicks into place. But I just want to try different stuff, you know? And also, like, why not, right? Anyone have any, like, particularly very strong preferences about what job class Sucro should be? Or rather, which one you like to watch? Or either of those? Who knows? The fates make mock of us, to be so close. I do recognize this clearing. Who can say when the weather will turn? I have a mind to make camp. And now the very elements conspire to delay our meeting with hraesvelgr. I must be patient. This should do nicely, Kupo. The winds will likely have died down by tomorrow, but until then we might as well make ourselves comfortable. If we must interrupt our journey so close to its end, I suppose this place is as good as any. Mayhap a brief respite from the hardships of the road will help to clear our minds in readiness for the coming parley. Very well then, I believe a campfire is in order. Leave the gathering of fuel to me. I acquired a keen nose for firewood during my time in the frozen wastes of Kurthus. Yeah, alright. Clear our minds? Clear our minds? 'Tis Master Alphino whose mind needs clearing. The thought of meeting a great worm in the flesh has befuddled the boy. Did you see him stroll away as if these ruins were not crawling with deadly beasts? Follow him, Sucro, and see that the wildlife does not make a meal of our young friend. We will have the camp ready by the time you return. Nod. Yeah, that's understandable. Alphino, you're gonna get destroyed by creature. Defeat threatening monsters to the west of Alphino's location. Defeat threatening monsters to the east of Alphino's location are the current main quest objectives. For the record. I did it again. Clearly I am unfit to be a bard. Though I know the ways of the dance, I know not how to make my fingers dance as well. My fingers and my mind dancing together in unison in order to apply my dots in the most efficient way. This game still definitely impacts how I speak, but also I think it's just kind of funny to speak fancy. And by speak fancy, I don't mean speaking in French, unlike what Applejack My Little Pony would believe. Leave the firewood to me. Alright, Alphino. Would Alphino click on a banner on a website that said, like, threatening monsters in your location, and that's why I have to defend him from this? I did it wrong again. Every time, even acknowledging this precise nature in which I press the buttons incorrectly, I persist in doing so. 'Tis folly. Well, that would be the east, and if I had proceeded further in that direction, that would have been the side quest that was across the planet. So I should go this way. Also, I talked about this last time, but it's also just kind of fun to run around and not, like, bother using a mount or other means of increasing my travel speed. The Skylord is very in the way. I did it again. But now that we've reached this part of the bard rotation, you can see that I'm pressing a single button, effectively. I tried to retreat from that, however, rock. I neglected to take stock of the surrounding terrain. I'm doing it again. Why do I always want to lead with the off-global cooldown skills when that's incorrect? I guess it makes sense to want to start with the Bard song. Like, I can understand how one would come to that conclusion. Monsters have been defeated. But the correct way to do it is to start with Windbite. One of these days, maybe I'll learn. So hey, let's see. Bard was in the base game. Machinist was in Heavensward. Which means Stormblood had nothing, and then Shadowbringers had the Dancer, and then Endwalker didn't have a physical range DPS, so maybe 7.0 will? I've already expressed this concept as well. Hey, you know what? I guess we're gonna fight this monster instead. I did it again. I think Battle Voice is a lower priority than Barrage and Raging Strikes, but I'm not sure. It might be a higher priority because you want to apply it to the Straight Shot Barrage, actually. I wonder if I should swap those two around. Maybe I will. A slight experiment. They're all on the same sort of cooldown. It feels like a lot of this has become me musing to myself about playing my job for some reason. You know, Estinian may not be as bad as I thought, Kupo. Under all those horrid spikes, he actually has a soft spot for his companions. Just a small one, mind. And don't tell him I told you, alright? Well, he was concerned for Alphino. I've prepared some things for a meal. It will be plain fare, but better than empty bellies. I see I was right to worry about the boy's safety. Once Alphino returns with the wood, we can see about supper. The Ice Queen has filled a pot with what looked like stew ingredients, ready for the fire. Convenient rubble for all your stew preparation needs. Good job, Alphino. I don't know if that's enough. It might be. It's probably enough. I don't know anything about wilderness survival. It was enough! Yay! This scene... Oh, is this an important scene? It does seem like Tsukuro took her glasses off. She doesn't have to be in disguise anymore. This is an important scene, you can tell because Tsukuro took her glasses off. Ah, few things compare to the simple pleasure of sitting beside a crackling campfire of one's own making. Whoop, that's not the right button. No, I don't want to skip this. Phew. Ha! So speaks the great explorer. Until recently, you wouldn't have recognized firewood if it came with kindling in a flint. 'Tis well you instructed me so patiently, then. But yes, left to my own devices, I would have been compelled to signal to Izael with a pile of damp leaves. I was born the pampered son of a Charlian dignitary, and alongside my twin became the youngest student ever to be accepted into the studium. How proud I was to match wits with scholars and philosophers. How ignorant of mine own shortcomings. That hubris invited manipulation and betrayal, and led to the downfall of the Scions. We all of us are guilty of similar ignorance. How many men lay down their lives, never knowing what it is they fight for, never questioning that which they've been taught to believe. It was only upon meeting hraesvelgr that I've learned the truth hidden within our history. Were it not for that chance encounter, I never would have vowed to tear down the Holy See and expunge the falsehoods with which it fans the flames of conflict. I would have lived and died in ignorance. That the truth has driven me to do terrible things I cannot deny. But I would rather sin in the pursuit of peace than imagine myself virtuous for perpetuating a needless war. Damn, it's a good line. If this journey has taught me anything, it's that the importance and difficulty of holding on to one's convictions. It is the importance and difficulty of holding on to one's convictions in the face of failure, of striving always to replace one's ignorance with knowledge. You are well on your way, Master Alphino. At your age, I was but a fool swinging a spear with scarcely a thought in my head. Even now, I struggle to acknowledge the misconceptions under which I have labored. Sitting here amongst these grand ruins, how can I deny that man and dragon once lived in peace? But for all that such an age existed, we are now in a time of war. Nidhogg killed my family, and no quirk of history will exonerate him. I may be ignorant of how the Dragon Song War began, but if we do not put an end to this conflict now, I can say for a certainty that it will only breed more vengeful souls such as mine. Hello, welcome. In my hands resides the power to vanquish a great worm. If Ishgard's survival rests on me wielding that power, I will slay Nidhogg myself, orders or no. Estinian, you gave your word. My word is contingent upon the success of our parley. Show me the strength of your convictions, Lady Iceheart. Convince hraesvelgr of the righteousness of your cause. Doubt not but that I shall, Dragoon. Well, winds willing, we shall have our answers on the morrow. Let us sleep now and face our fate with the rising of the sun. Maybe I should hide Tsukuro's glasses since she took them off. I'm sure the cutscenes will do that for me. Tsukuro found money on the ground again. She keeps doing this somehow. The original purpose of Sucro's glasses here was as a disguise, so suppose there's no need for them, should I just decide that this is better. Vote now on your phones. Glasses or no glasses. And I'll take this opportunity to be right back. Whoa! It seems that more people are in favor of the glasses remaining than being removed. They likely will remain for the rest of Heavensward, then, at least. But I think after that, Sucro's probably just not going to have a head accessory / hat. So far, that seems to be the case. Anyway, can anyone tell me why the phrase "vote now on your phones" is in my brain permanently? I think it was probably in some sort of popular video. Like the history of the world, I guess, probably had that in it somewhere. Some people should really make, like, videos in that style for the lore of games and stuff like that. The lore of fictional realms. Anyways, hello. And, if you are still here, Pantheon Sasuke, have a good night. Have a good sleep. If you hear that in the VOD, apply that to your next sleep. The real difficulty with doing something like that would be if one were to closely adhere to the style of Bill Wirtz, which is very specific. Making cool lore videos for games, though, you could find your own style for that for sure. What's everyone thinking? Whenever you are ready, Warrior of Light, full eager am I to gaze upon this great worm. I think the next scene is a pretty big friggin' deal, too. We must succeed in winning hraesvelgr to our cause. Lend me your resolve, Saint Shiva. I trust you are well rested, Sucro. Good. If we are to parley with hraesvelgr, we shall each have need of the full complement of our wits. Yeah. Big deal scene. Heart of ice. Pants of victory. The campfire was so cozy, I must have fallen asleep, Kupo. But do you feel how the winds have shifted? They will have borne hraesvelgr back to the skies above Zenith, I'm sure of it. I think I will be going less wacky on the voice acting at this point. I think it's better if I do like more subtle voice acting for a lot of stuff. Just thinking out loud for that. This is your chance to climb to the highest floor of the palace and summon him with a toot on that shiny horn. So, I'll be heading back now, if it's all the same to you. Good luck, Kupo. It was nice knowing you. That's an encouraging message. I guess we're not quite there yet. I can appear. For the time being. Blow the horn on the top floor of Zenith. That we shall. Oh. We shall endeavor to do such a thing. Aha. Aha. Wrong ballad. Wrong move. Incorrect. Once again. Truly a piteous bard am I. Oi, oi. As before, I am curious how people feel about Sucro being a bard. This is what we started her journey as. Well, technically an archer. If you would demand to be technically precise in this matter. But, bard is the first job we unlocked. It was what we were for a time. So in that sense, it probably feels like it fits Sucro rather well, I would imagine. So here's this music, by the way. This music... I think we've heard it before, but here it is. Even the music kind of just gets me by itself. And this starry sky. Well. Oh, hey, ether current. That's funny. I think they just put all the ether currents directly in your path at this point. I think the ones they removed were the ones you would have to go out of your way to find. Like more than before, perhaps? So this is the place. It is time, warrior of light. Lend me your resolve, Saint Shiva. Well? I forgot that the horn played that tune as well. Mortals, why do you disturb my solitude?
Hraesvelgr.
Now, I tried to speak before hraesvelgr was done. Thou speakest the name of a creature that but awaiteth the release of oblivion. Leave me.
By the 12. Mine ears hear the tongue of dragons, yet the meaning rings clear within my mind. How can that be?
Subtitles, Alphino. They're very useful.
Hraesvelgr, do you not remember me? 'Twas I whom you found in Dravania. I who glimpsed the truth.
Let me, where is it? Just stop blocking that corner of the screen as well, I suppose. For a bit.
The truth about your past. About Shiva.
Do not speak her name, mortal.
But speak it I must. I have summoned Shiva's soul from the beyond and offered myself as her vessel. She has made her heart known to me.
Foolish girl, thinkest thou my beloved spirit hath descended from the heavens? That the secrets of her heart are thine to know?
I have surrendered mine to her. Do you not see, my love? I am Shiva reborn.
Gullible fool, the light but illuminated the past for thee. It did not grant thee omniscience. The spirit thou hast summoned belongeth not to Shiva. 'Tis but a shade conjured by thine own fancy. In an age long past, mine own kin were guilty of like folly. Beguiled by the Dark One's lies, they attempted to resurrect a king amongst worms. Yet the divinity they called forth merely borrowed the semblance of my fallen brood brother. Yup, the game has just confirmed what primals are. 100%. Or at least given a much better definition of that. Or is continuing to do so. Such gods are not summoned, but created. Phantoms spun from the threads of misplaced faith.
Then the spirit that answered me.
Was but thy dream of Shiva. Thy soul hath been corrupted by a deity of thine own making, child. Ooh. Her face there was so well done.
Be that as it may, Lord hraesvelgr, Izel's desire to heal the rift between man and dragon is real, and it has borne us this far.
Her Izel's expression there, her eyes darting back and forth, even like just little tiny movements.
We would spare both our kind and yours the ravages of this senseless war. Pray join your voice to ours in a call for peace and forgiveness.
Hey, does it look like hraesvelgr is missing an eye to anybody, by the way? I feel like that's probably important, right? The tale of thy kind is one of avarice, treachery, and death. And thou wouldst speak to me of peace? Hark thee, mortal, to the naked truth, then tell me thou deservest forgiveness. "1,200 years ago, my beloved Shiva's sacrifice served to bring an end to the war twixt man and dragon, paving the way for an age of peace and cooperation. Two centuries of harmony were to follow, during which time the Elezen learned much about us, not least that the eyes of a great worm are the wellspring of his strength. "'Twas out of the selfish desire to possess this strength that King Thordan then conspired to undo all that our peoples had achieved together. I believe, is this the... We heard the name of King Thordan before this point, right? But is this the first time we've confirmed that King Thordan was behind the betrayal of the dragons? Because that's kind of a big deal. It's kind of important. With the aid of his leal knights, that most noble of Elysin lured my brood sister Ratatoskr into an ambush, and took from her that which he craved. That's what I thought. I got some sort of invitation and tell at the moment that I was in the middle of this cutscene. Fain would I strike the image from my mind, yet still the scene doth linger, of my brood sister's tattered corpse, defiled by her Elysin allies. They had torn out her eyes and feasted upon them in the manner of wild beasts. Yet that was not all, for from their bloody banquet, the fiends had gained strength beyond that of normal men. Even now I labor to comprehend the enormity of their betrayal. Nidhogg was the first to learn of the atrocity, and he took to the skies hungry for vengeance. But though he slew Thordan and some few of his knights, their fellow butchers knew only too well where to aim their spears, and with now practiced savagery they set about my brood brother, sending him flailing from the field. Such is the truth the Holy See would keep hidden. Such was the beginning of the Dragon Song War. Tis a song my kind shall ne'er forget, and should 10,000 years pass and Ishgard crumble into dust. Ian? Ian? Is it supposed to be even? It's like even, at least. Well.
Your tale bears scant resemblance to the one I was taught. How convenient that it should absolve your kind of all responsibility. But tell me, dragon, why should I believe your version of events?
Fair question. Could have been worded better. Not so much the wording of Estinian's reply, but the tone, I would say. Though hraesvelgr's tone has been similar. What thou choosest to believe is immaterial. The betrayal that yet haunts mine every waking moment is no less than the truth to my kind. And Nidhogg meaneth for Thordan's people to suffer for this sin till the end of days. That which thou imaginest a war of extinction is but a punishment, a siege of the spirit. I don't know why I said spirit like that. Hast thou not seen those who tire of the torment? Those who abandon their own and side with dragonkind?
Ishgard's so-called heretics.
Sale born I nesh iratatoska kin for elna. Sith is nesh dokin an.
Know that all the traitor's progeny bear a trace of Ratatoskar's essence. But a single sip of our blood is enough to awaken it.
Then, the seed lies within us.
Yeah, that is kind of something to reveal suddenly.
Is ros esh idran. Oloson inizeg. Non nish I esk diedran en. Wa ulwa skola es alakin el andranken. Mondo.
'Tis for this reason that those who abandon their loyalties are rewarded with a drink, and thus are they transformed to join the ranks of Nidhogg's ever-growing army as newborn dragons. One by one, through death or defection, my brood brother shall account for all of the betrayer's children.
Ye gods, I have borne witness to such a transformation. Looked on as a heretic assumed the shape of a dragon. I imagined it some manner of Dravanian enchantment. But if any Ishgardian, regardless of allegiance, has such potential within them, 12 forgive us. To think of all the dragons we've slain!
War ulmon ala an as grao.
There will always be some, of course, who choose to fight until the bitter end, like thee, Dragoon.
Kawul smain korsu thrahal seskmoni se'an in kinizeg.
But struggle as thou might, thy youthful vigor will be spent ere thou reachest 210, and Nidhogg shall remain to torment thine offspring.
Oft have I wondered why Nidhogg did not simply raze Ishgard to the ground. Now I have my answer. He has no intention of winning the Dragonsong War, for it is no war at all, but vengeance. An eternal requiem sung for his murdered sister.
In ice in draho, ale inia in.
Thou hast the right of it, Dragon Slayer. Comprehendest thou now the futility of thy quest?
I have not come this far only to admit defeat. We can still return the eye to Nidhogg and beg forgiveness for our ancestors' crimes. Mayhap our words will sway him.
Ja an, lis as an in la tu ole in an hers isu.
Stubborn child, thou thinkest in mortal terms. Our perception of time is too broad for thee to grasp.
Mik du set in sohi, no sta no lis as dui for in.
'Tis a simple matter for thee to offer thine apologies. Thou didst not perpetrate the crime. Despite thy visions, the deeds of history seem distant to thee.
An isi a ultran as niseg for, in lai as nesh I ratatoska.
For a worm such as Nidhogg, however, that history is yet part of his present, as fresh as the blood that did gush from Ratatoskar's wounds. How could he not be driven mad?
In sith son ishi eskfa ulgar los an.
'Tis only by the calming embrace of Shiva's soul that mine own fury hath not consumed me.
Snusk foran, non anlis an, skål elends an, skål.
But let us speak no more of what is done. My faith in your kind is spent, and I would be alone. Yep, I got a free company invite and an accompanying tell during that dramatic cutscene. Also, Boaster disappeared. Of course I did. What false god is this Shiva? What manner of phantom have I welcomed into my heart? I guess I can show up again now too. Hello. That scene got me a little bit a few times. As predicted, Iceheart's faith in the worm was misplaced, which leaves us but with one recourse. You know I have the right of it, Warrior of Light. Hraesvelgr was every bit as awe-inspiring as I imagined. His voice fairly dripped with power, the will behind his words so undeniable that it transcended my ignorance of the dragon's tongue. 'Tis but a pity that I misliked what he said. So far did we travel, even unto the very heavens themselves, only to be dismissed like unruly children. And far from mitigating this humiliation, the hidden truths we have learned serve only to prove that our grand mission of peace was destined to fail from the first. Nothing will deter Nidhogg from his course. Sucro finds some cash on the ground. Again. Midgard Sormer has nothing to say about all this yet, for the record. Midgard Sormer, you wanna contribute in any way? Probably not.
Well, what do you propose we do now? I, for one, am intent on continuing to the east.
Estinian wants to stab stuff.
What is there to be found in the east?
Stabbing.
Nidhogg's lair, the Aery, is said to lie in that direction. And the eye tells me he is near.
You cannot still mean to slay him.
You cannot still mean to stop me. I have been true to my word, and aided you in this fool's errand with hraesvelgr. But your efforts at parley have come to naught, Lady Iceheart. I would see Ishgard saved, and for that, Nidhogg must die.
With the tale of our ancestors' vile betrayal yet ringing in your ears, you speak of continuing this war?
Nay, lady. I would but pierce its vengeful heart. When Nidhogg dies, this war shall die with him.
A moment, Estinian. You yourself spoke of the Great Worm's strength, that you believed him powerful enough to raise your city to the ground. How then are we few to challenge him? Even behind the stout walls of Ishgard, with an army of knights manning the defenses, our victory would be hard won. Yet you propose to contend with the beast in his own lair.
In close combat, this will afford us an advantage. And if the tales are true, the Warrior of Light has bested many an invincible foe.
That is true. And she is a cat.
But such speculation is meaningless if we cannot even find the worm. Our first task must be to seek out Nidhogg's lair.
I hope the part where she's a cat is part of all the tales. Because that's pretty important, I would say.
The story of this nation grows bloodier by the moment. Must death always be answered with more of the same?
Not always, but sometimes, Alphino.
Such is the way of things, I fear. I shall consider it a miracle if mine armor is not stained crimson ere this conflict is ended.
Justinian, you have no idea. Justinian, you can't just say that. Justinian. Look, having played the game before up to a point, I would say I agree with Justinian that it would be a miracle if his armor was not stained crimson soon enough. Wouldn't that be something, though? Can you imagine it? His armor gets stained crimson ere this conflict is ended. Just so you know. I suppose we must.
Be blinded by my own lies. Everything I believed, everything I thought I was, gone. All gone.
Sail.
Leave her. Your words will not reach her now. And we have not the time to wait for her to gather up the pieces of her shattered faith.
Yeah. Pretty harsh to be told that by not Midgard Sormer, hraesvelgr, of all people to tell her that, even. And so, we must persist in violence, for that's the only solution we can see. Yeah. Not to mention, she's told that by the dragon she believes is the same. Well, I mean, like, who hraesvelgr is makes him telling her all that even more for her to take in. Exactly. Quite a scene, to be sure. Guess I'm supposed to go this way, though. If this were in a video game structured differently, I bet at this point that music that was just in Zenith would continue playing through fights for a bit. But this video game is an MMORPG, so that will not be the case. I think I more or less did the rotation correctly, but slowly that time. I still have the button for simply using Boaster to move around. It seems appropriate for a more serious moment. Which reminds me, actually, I did pick this up. Ghoster can have a funny flying hat. Does that go with anything particularly well? Not exactly. I'm getting distracted by Chocobo dress up. As one does. I'll just leave it at what it was before. Gotta look into other existing Chocobo bardings, maybe. Seems better to just proceed on foot, knowing that there will be fighting in the way. So here's another question as far as the stream it goes. How do we feel about the pacing of things changing because Sucro is at the correct level for the area and thus has to fight stuff? Good, bad, neutral. Obviously, being above the correct level would not be something that could persist forever because there is a cap. But it could be an option for quite a while if we wish to. Okay, fair enough. I mean, presenting the story is one thing I want to do, and revisiting the story as well. It's kind of why I'm here. And also just to provide a nice, comfortable experience for everyone. So I'm not meaning to say that it's a majorly important, super big deal that everything is calibrated just so. I suppose it was more of a small talk sort of question while we were on our way to the next plot point, more than anything. I'm sort of taking it slow anyway, as far as like getting to where I need to go. That would be the worm's lair then. I think it's just something, for me at least, as a result of like recording and streaming as much as I have, I'm always conscious of the fact that I could be wasting the viewer's time and not just my own Meaning that if I were to do something fairly time-consuming that wouldn't bother me to do on my own time, I don't also want to, like, waste the viewer's time, as I said. I think I accidentally despawned the enemy there. Maybe not. Maybe there's just many enemies. Alright. Fair enough. I will also say that I guess this is a factor in me trying to figure out what class Sucro should even be in the first place. Because that does continue to weigh on my mind, I suppose. Again, speaking fancier because of playing Final Fantasy XIV. Stress me out to some degree, you could also just say. Moon-eyed Moogle, you've got a bandana. Another side quest for right now, I guess. It seems unusual how much I worry about what class I should be playing as in an MMO. But I do worry about it. Well, that was just one of that enemy. I feel like I might as well, since it's simple enough. Also, a boss happened on top of what I was doing, I guess. But I'm not going to worry about that too much. I suppose in addition to being conscious of whether or not I'm wasting anyone's time, I also just want to make sure whatever I'm doing is fun to watch. As far as I can tell, probably about all of the classes are equally fun to watch, so that's not really a concern at this point. People are not here for the exciting gameplay. That makes it sound like the gameplay is bad. I don't mean that in a sarcastic way. What I mean to say is that, as you've both mentioned, re-experiencing the story and whatnot and just hanging out does not really require a specific job class, I think. Hooray. Figured I might as well do that while I was here. That's probably the intention of such a thing. Estinian, pray tell me I am wrong. About what?
Is that it?
I'm mixing up my confirm and cancel buttons. That's good. That's basically exactly what I want to bring with these streams. Cozy stream, so we can all experience and appreciate a game. That seems like it will be difficult to reach, I would say. Also, easy to spot.
Aye, that would be the Aery. I feel Nidhogg's presence through the eye, his caustic hatred gnawing at my soul. 'Twould seem the death of his consort has put him on guard. Mark how he wards his lair with tempestuous winds.
He sure
A
does.
similar barrier once barred our entrance to the primal Garuda's domain, until we discovered the means by which it could be penetrated. Mayhap it is time we called upon Master Garland. It will be just like the good old days, no?
Ominous thunderclouds and dramatic mood lighting, yep. As good a barrier as any I've ever seen. I'm already kind of feeling like I want to switch back to Dancer. I don't mean to spend all of the time in between story cutscenes musing on character class decisions, but that seems to be what's happening. I'm gonna... Dancer is just really comfortable to play for me. You can see also that I've reconfigured my hotbars here slightly. Not that that's of a terribly large amount of importance. While I'm here and musing about the mechanics of the game, I want to point something out about Dancer that might be difficult to see with the resolution. But if we look at my third hotbar here, this pertains to Dancer skills I've not actually reached before. Both of them, I believe, are Endwalker. But we have Fan Dance 4, can only be executed while under the effect of fourfold Fan Dance. And Starfall Dance can only be executed while under the effect of Flourishing Starfall. Also, like, the tooltips are blocked by the chat cover. But that's the important parts. So the thing is, fourfold Fan Dance is achieved when you use Flourish, and only when you use Flourish. And Flourishing Starfall is achieved when you use Devilment, and only when you use Devilment. Both of which are more or less offensive buffs. So my question is, why does Flourish simply not become Fan Dance 4, and Devilment simply not become Starfall Dance when you have been granted the appropriate effects? Why did we need 2 extra buttons for these? An attention tax? I mean, the thing is, like, I ask that question because this is the sort of thing they were cutting down on and changing in Endwalker as they added new classes and adjusted the existing ones. And those were both skills added in Endwalker that don't conform to that. I mean, I guess it could be part of the design that it is meant to be a little bit more demanding tension-wise or execution-wise. I guess that's fair. I personally don't see the appeal in that as much. Oh, they actually combined Jump and Mirage Dive and then rolled it back. Huh. Personally, I feel stressed out trying to juggle mechanics of both my class and the fight, which is probably why I prefer stuff like Dancer, because it just clicks with me more. Mechanically, to me, it feels simpler, and so I'm able to focus my attention on other stuff. I keep wanting to specify that Dancer is simpler to me specifically, even though I've also mentioned that a lot of people say Dancer is one of the easier ones, because I don't want to assume that it's easier for everybody. Because I assume different classes click with different people, etc. But if it is overall considered to be one of the easier ones, I guess that's also just a fact. Anyway, I suppose I might stick to Dancer for right now, which means no more fighting the wildlife for a bit. A force of sufficient power to break through a primal's defenses might conceivably grant us access to the Aery. And I can offer no better solution. Pray consult this engineer friend of yours. Very well, on the condition that you swear not to lure Nidhogg from his lair in our absence. And steal all the glory for myself, you mean? No, nay, I am not so selfish as that. Contact me by link pearl when your preparations are complete, and we shall set forth from Ishgard together. Nod. I suggest we rendezvous back at St. Renette's Forum, Sucro. From what I gleaned of the Holy See's decidedly ambitious airship project, Sid will still be in Ishgard. It's finally time to use Return, because I have set my home point to Ishgard. Amazing. Yay. Everybody applaud for the use of Return. Mostly relevant in that one dungeon that is no longer... that it's no longer relevant in. So, with the combination of jump and mirage dive, I'm assuming they rolled it back due to complaints or feedback. And my question would be, was it a bunch of people saying, no, I need more buttons, I need things to be more difficult, no, the skill floor, no, or was it people saying that it felt really awkward when it was paired up that way? That's my question. Because I don't understand the argument that things should be made more difficult or never made more simple or never made more convenient, etc., etc. Though, I mean, as I've said before, there should be classes that appeal to various types of people, and they shouldn't simplify all of them. There's some micro optimization you can do if Jump and Mirage Dive are separate. I guess maybe I feel like Dragoon isn't the class for micro optimization. Now that's probably a controversial statement, and one I don't really have the Dragoon experience recently to weigh in on, but it feels like that's not really the class's mission statement, or the job, I should say. I don't know. Then again, that kind of was Summoner's mission statement until they completely reworked it into being what a lot of people again agree to be like the simplest, one of the simplest DPS rotations. So who can say really? Anyway, I'm very interested to see what balance changes they'll be making in the near future as well. Because I think Dragoon is on the list, but that's like 7.0. The immediate future is Paladin? When last you saw Master Garland, he was advising the Ishgardians on their ailing airship, correct? In that case, he might still be at Camp Cloudtop. Failing that, we could try the airship landing, or mayhap even the Skysteel manufacturing. But let us not waste time searching aimlessly. Someone in the city is sure to know where to find him. The question is who? Sir Emmerich would seem the obvious choice, but there's no guaranteeing he'll be able to grant us an audience at short notice. Ah, I have it. Count Edmund's youngest son prides himself on knowing all the Holy See's juiciest rumors. Let us return to the manor and see if Lord Immanolaine is about. Alphino, your plan involves willingly talking to Immanolaine for any reason. I find this to be questionable. But I guess that's, I guess we can try. Immanolaine is not known for his wise counsel, I would say. We were fortunate to find Lord Immanolaine at home. The tavern keeper's loss is our gain. Ah, the hero returns. How goes the fight, old girl? Well, I trust? Huh? In search of a Sid Garland, you say? Well, then say no more. The taverns are full of talk, and the name of said silver-haired genius has cropped up more often than most. I hear he's been tasked with getting that monstrous airship the Holy See commissioned to actually fly. It would seem the project has been plagued with mishaps from the first. In any case, Garland Ironworks employees are known to frequent the airship landing, and I'll wager their master does too. The airship landing? Yes, I thought as much. Come, Sucro, we must find Sid and trouble him for his expert opinion. Well, I guess that was actually pretty painless for now. Thank you, I guess, Emanuelaine. Presuming, of course, that I am speaking that name anywhere close to accurately. Airship landing. Airship landing. Ah. Well, that was easy enough. What's that? There are dragons coming? Sorry, can't talk now. Have to finish this job and get out of here. If Ishgard comes under attack, we'll have to get out of the city pretty sharpish. Don't much like the idea of leaving a job half finished, though. Hey, Sid. Hey, we haven't seen Sid in a while. Like half a year, real time, at least. Howdy. Sucro, Alphino, how fare you both? Not terribly well, judging by your faces. Greetings, Master Garland. I am sure it will come as little surprise when I tell you we have need of a favor. Questioning head tilt. Alphino explaining things. Another wind barrier? And you say it was conjured by Nidhogg? The Enterprise could certainly take you where you need to go, but she would not fare well against dragons. She's agile for a ship her size, but not that agile. The Dravanians would fly rings around her. And if they took it into their heads to incinerate the rigging, there would be precious little we could do to avoid them. But there must be something we can do, some manner of weapon we could employ. Justinian stands vigil at the edge of the churning mists, but we do not know how much longer. All right, I didn't say it was impossible. I said it was impossible for the Enterprise. We need a smaller boat. Ah, right. Biggs, Wedge. It's time we gave that new toy of yours a proper field test. Thumbs up. Joy emote. It's probably best if I let the lads show you. Come on, the manufactory's not far. Nod. I suppose I could just walk to it, but I think actually I might as well just do this. This is where guns are. Sucro with a gun is still funny. And still incorrect. The Ishgardians have granted us the use of a small corner of their workshop, all part of the agreement. I think you'll see we've made the most of the space. They all want to build bigger, but we know where the future is headed. Haha, joke about technology becomes smaller. Ah yes, the Sky Steel Manufactory. As I recall, this workshop is primarily devoted to the construction of dragon-slaying weapons. And guns. Which I guess are for that purpose, actually. Our little project's just inside. Oh, you're going to like this one. I do remember this. At least some part of this. Show us your technology.
Feast your eyes upon our latest and greatest feat of engineering. We call it a mana cutter.
Ta-da! The mana cutter. It's pretty neat.
After you put down Gaius, Wedge and me struck out on our own for a bit, and started work on the successor to the tiny Bronco.
All right, they made that reference. The tiny Bronco.
Impressive little thing, isn't she? My talent for ship design has plainly rubbed off on them. They've adapted the principles of corrupted crystal technology and constructed a mechanism which converts ether from its surroundings into elemental wind. Said wind is then harnessed by the specially engineered sails, providing the craft with propulsion and lift. All in all, a most elegant solution.
That's pretty cool.
I'm actually a little upset that I didn't think of it myself.
The design does, however, come with one small flaw.
I also forgot about that.
The
I
energy
mean,
conversion ratio's bloody awful. To generate enough power to get you off the ground, you need to be in an area awash with predominantly wind-aspected ether.
it's very rare to hear Biggs and Wedge. It's a little less rare to hear Sid, at least from what I remember. Sid had voice acting in A Realm Reborn, of course, and is part of the Praetorium. So, you know, you will hear Sid. The old Sid, anyway. But yeah, I forgot about the voice acting.
In other words, there are a few places you can fly, lots of places you can't.
That applies in most cases in this game, Wedge. At least for now.
The new Ishgardian airship hasn't left the boys much time for tinkering, meaning it may be a while before this particular project takes off. If you'll forgive the pun.
I will forgive the pun. Speaking of characters who it's rare to hear the voice acting of, Tataru is here.
Tataru, what's happened?
I've been looking all over for you. There's been word from Uldar.
Oh.
It's about Her Grace the Sultana.
Would you believe that I had already kind of forgotten that Uldar was important in this expansion? Even though that was a thing I did recently? In real time? I was kind of getting wrapped up in the Ishgard part more than that part is all.
It seems you're required elsewhere. Leave the Mana Cutter with us. We'll see that she's airworthy and suitably equipped to slice through those winds. You, meanwhile, should concentrate on providing Raoban and the Sultana whatever help they need.
Nod. Yeah, I kind of already forgot about the Uldar plot because I was more invested in the Dragon Song War part of the Heavensward, I suppose. Which I guess is probably pretty understandable. I'm intrigued as you, Sucro. Shall we hear what news Tataru has brought us? A general summons. General Raoban says they've uncovered the Sultana's whereabouts, and he wants you, by which I mean both of you, to go to the Waking Sands right away and help with the investigation. Come, Sucro. Pressing though Ishgad's plate may be, our presence here will not serve to hasten the Mana Cutter's completion. Let us return to the troubled lands of Thanalan and lend what aid we may. Tataru, have our friends at the congregation send a message to Estinian. Tell him we've identified a solution to our problem, but that it will take some time to prepare. As you wish, Master Alphino. To the Waking Sands, Warrior of Light. 'Tis past time Uldar was delivered from this darkness. Nod. I guess I might as well do that. Every time certain story events pop up, like this Mana Cutter, I'm like, oh yeah, this part. But I can't remember the order of a lot of the different this parts at all. Which I can't really elaborate on without talking about stuff we haven't seen yet, because I keep expecting certain parts of Heavensward that I remember to be soon, or like, or certain parts of Heavensward that we encounter to be later, when another thing is happening, etc. And that's just how memory works, I suppose. gets all jumbled. That is just the nature of the thing. What quest do you even freaking have? Oh, right, that's how to craft grammar prisms. I wish there were grammar prisms, that'd be really funny. Glamour prisms is what I meant to say. Of course. Here we are!
Thank you for coming.
Rauban got cool outfit.
No thanks are necessary, General. I trust your recuperation continues apace.
He has a cape now.
I cannot complain. Thanks to Higiri and her ministrations, I've regained much of the strength I lost during my imprisonment.
I gather you have made progress in the search for Her Grace.
Aye, some good fortune at last. A few days past, Dulala informed us that a sizable shipment of alchemical supplies had been delivered to the palace.
Eye narrow. Nod.
With Papa Shan's assistance, I set out to ascertain the source and nature of the shipment. My inquiries led me to Frondale's frontistery. There, I learned that an order had been placed for a curious substance designed to sustain patients trapped in death-like slumber. An invention of the former head alchemist, apparently.
A death-like slumber? This cannot be a coincidence.
Probably not.
Lend some weight to Dulala's claims, aye. Her Grace is likely somewhere within the palace, abed but alive.
Before making any attempt to extricate the Sultana, however, it seemed prudent to learn what manner of substance was used to induce her torpor. To that end, I made inquiries as to the whereabouts of the one most like to have administered it. The lady-in-waiting, Meriel. We sent for you as soon as we learned of her location. All that remains is to apprehend the woman.
We shall find our cat's paw in the Silver Bazaar. But we must tread carefully. The market is not the bustling place it once was, and someone is sure to mark our coming. Should they inform the monetarists, we'll have a fight on our hands. We must be prepared for the worst, and being short an arm, I thought it wise to take another in its stead. What say you, Warrior of Light? Will you lend me yours?
Of course. Nod.
Then I pity the bastard that stands in our way. Come, my friends, for Nanamo and for Ulda!
Many nods. Hell yeah. If one had chosen to entrap the Sultana in a death-like sleep rather than slay her, then one would surely also know of a means to rouse her from said state. There must be an antidote to this poison. Our target is Muriel, the Sultana's former lady-in-waiting, a woman of Midlander heritage. I'm told the two of you have met. Our sources indicate that she left the palace shortly after the incident, and quietly rejoined the dwindling population of the Silver Bazaar. I suggest we begin by questioning the market's residents and confirm that Mariel is still in hiding there. Understandable. A reasonable plan. Let us do that. I guess. Silver Bazaar is a little bit further away, but that's fine. Time for Sucro to ride a cloud. Whee! Through the rain. Ah, we can see the lighthouse in the distance. How pleasant. Now, of course, you would not have been able to take this particular route when this quest originally existed, due to the lack of flight in A Realm Reborn and its areas. It's kind of like that, but not exactly like that is the thing. Hello, resident. Mariel? Aye, she's here. Left the city for good, she says. Barely leaves her house, though. Huh? It's the one closest to the market entrance. Well, with that kind of information, it hardly seems like we need to collect information from 2 more people, but I suppose we might as well make sure. I suppose that's reasonable. God damn it, where is she? I will tear this place apart if I must. Easy now, General. We don't want her bolting down some other hole. Everyone is here. Let us gather all the players together. This has gone on long enough. I suppose it was too much to ask that we stumble upon her buying fruit in the market square. I have met the Sultana's handmaiden on numerous occasions, but I cannot for the life of me bring her features to mind. Our target is Mariel, the Sultana's former lady-in-waiting, a woman of Midlander heritage. I'm told the 2 of you have met. Ah, you're saying the same thing, actually. Do I know of any returning residents? Gods, don't tell me they're starting to come back. My masters will not be pleased to hear of this. I don't know what that means. And what brings you to our lovely little hamlet? I believe the arrival of your entourage just about doubled our population. Looking for Mariel, you say? If you're hoping to lure her back to Ul'dah, you may as well give up now. The girl's done with city life. Search for Mariel, it says. We were told the house was the one closest to the market, right? Information I commented on being useful and then immediately forgot. Well, not this one. Might as well simply check every building, right? Time to mend my gear. Just kidding, it's not damaged. There are only so many places. So, like... Whoop. There you are.
You are Mariel, the Sultana's former lady-in-waiting?
I know no one of that name. Pray excuse me.
Hello, Raban.
General Alden!
Don't think you'll be able to deny that to Raban, most likely.
We will have the truth from you, girl.
Ariel's not in a good position here. Well.
Mayhap it would be better coming from me.
It's Lolorito, the guy who sucks a lot. Still.
Lolorito, you'd best talk fast.
As you know, Teleji Adeleji's Cartano reclamation bill was no more than a facade. A means to get his grubby little hands on that Allagan monstrosity, Omega.
Oh right, Omega was relevant to these people. Dulala is slightly less trash than Lolorito, for what that's worth. That's like comparing a landfill to a garbage can, probably, to say something is less trash than Lolorito. But, you know.
When he learned of Nanamo's intention to abdicate, however, he was forced to amend his plans. Suddenly, assassination seemed the most promising way to further his ambitions. I am told Teleji had discovered a maid in whose veins ran the blood of House Thorn. A new, more pliable puppet to sit the throne. 'Twould have caused an uproar, of course, but few could have contested her claim. 'Twas plain that Teleji's wild machinations had outgrown our ability to control them. So I decided to usurp his scheme and left the fool to seal his own demise.
And what of Nanamo?
Oh, I have no desire to harm her grace. 'Twould profit me little to destabilize our government. Thus did I employ young Mariel here to administer a potent sleeping potion in place of a poison.
Something about Lolorito delivering that line. "'Twould profit me little to destabilize our government." Like, the specific way he said that. Kind of funny. But also, like, goddammit, Lolorito. I mean, everything he says is a goddammit Lolorito moment for the most part.
You should know, General, that your dear friend Ilberd was fully aware of my plan. I had him lie about the assassination as a means to prime your rage against Teleji. We weren't entirely sure how you would react, but things went rather better than expected.
Lolorito's voice actor having a great time. Most likely. Being this little jerk. This freaking guy. Grin.
You conniving little worm. You had your claws in the Crystal Braves before their first recruit had sworn to serve!
Yeah, probably.
But of course, when a new game begins, 'tis only prudent to have a piece on the board. Ilberd was mine. Truth be told, a significant proportion of the Braves' initial endowment was also mine. With such large sums moving about, 'twas a rather trifling matter to disguise my own contribution. Ah, Ilberd. I secured his services with a promise to support his cause once my authority had been solidified. I swear, the man thinks of naught but prizing Alamigo from the grasp of the Empire.
I feel like, on one hand, you could say Lolorito is the sort of person who doesn't know when to stop talking. But on the other hand, I'm pretty sure he knows that nobody can do anything about him talking, so he's gonna freaking talk as much as he wants. Like, nobody could make a move against Lolorito here that would not cause some sort of problem. So he's just gonna keep saying words.
Unlike you, General, the poor fellow seems quite unable to forsake the land of his forefathers. Mayhap that's why he called you a traitor to your people and a disgrace to your homeland, amongst other things. What was it he always compared you to? Oh, yes, an overgrown lapdog begging for scraps at the Sultana's table. Oh, how we laughed.
Like, Lolo Rito literally planned to make Raoban snap and cut Teleji in two, more or less. And now he's provoking Raoban again after seeing how Raoban solved the previous problem, that being Teleji. It was a division problem, for the record. And, Lolorito just freaking knows Raoban can't do anything, I guess.
Alas, Ilbird's entertaining little outbursts eventually gave way to wearisome tirades, and the zealous brute became rather unruly. I had no wish to see you executed, you understand, but he would not take no for an answer.
Precisely.
Rest assured, his employment with me has long since ended. Which brings us neatly to the present. What say you, General? Both you and the Sultana are alive. We have one corpse and one fugitive. And preparations have been made to restore your good name. Shall we cry quits and start again with a blank ledger?
Every single word Lolorito speaks is dripping with the slime that he's made out of. Is I think how I would describe this.
The hells we will! Do you honestly expect me to forgive and forget? After all you've done? You're guilty of high treason!
Stay your blade, Master Alden. You yourself are not innocent. Or have you forgotten your own crime in executing Teleji Adeleji without trial? Though you acted out of loyalty to the Sultana, such deeds are in violation of both the word and spirit of the law.
So which half of Teleji is against the word of the law, and which half of Teleji was against the spirit of the law? Here's my funny jaw!
This potion will wake the Sultana from her slumber. Consider it a gesture of conciliation. You will find her grace resting comfortably within her private chambers. Should you doubt my word, I shall willingly accompany you to the palace as your hostage.
I like not your motives, Lolorito. But you saved the Sultana's life, and for that, you have my gratitude.
Nod. Parentheses evil.
Raoban Aldin, you are hereby reinstated as General of the Immortal Flames. The citizens of Ul'dah shall once more be united under Nanamo Ul'Namo, and together we shall usher in a new age of prosperity.
Yay. Nodding. There they go. Mariel probably had no choice in her role in that plot, so... Yep. That's politics! Da, 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 da. I don't know what the Mario 2 theme is there for, but...
A new age when your entire plan was to make sure nothing changed. Sounds like a lot of politics in a nutshell is all I'm saying.
You had killed the one you served. Pray excuse my mutterings. I was reminded of a line from an old poem.
Huh.
Interesting. By the 12, I fear Lord Lolorito's arrival would herald another bloodbath. Little did I suspect that he, of all people, would gift us the means to rouse the Sultana. Shall we make our way to Ul'dah? I should imagine Bartholomew has been instructed to admit us.
I don't know if Lolorito will ever get what's coming to him.
Access the ether. Thank you.
We can hope. Perfect. That's probably how that sport is played. Maybe. Sports.
I hope Lord Lolorito's potion is as effective as he claims. It would appear that the Syndicate has moved swiftly to clear our names. Bartholomew, for one, does not seem even remotely surprised by our presence here. Flame General Rauban mentioned you might be coming. Please, this way, if you will.
This seems like it's probably going to be an important scene also.
Yep. There she is.
Definitely breathing. Good sign.
I was having the longest dream.
"'Tis time to wake up, Your Grace. Another day begins in Thanalan, and the sun blazes bright upon the sands. Her Grace is awoken. The palace physician assures me she is none the worse for her slumber. I believe Her Grace will soon resume her plans to place the government of Ul'dah into the hands of its citizens. Whatever path she chooses to take, I shall walk it with her. and we shall tread slowly, lest the nation be unsettled in our wake.
Everyone just turns to look at
Her
Lolorito.
Grace's compassion is a shining beacon to us all. But what our city truly thrives upon is competition.
Ugh.
'Tis in the struggle against our rivals that opportunities are seized and fortunes made. And with the Empire on the offensive once more, now would hardly seem the time to turn our system of government upon its head.
Are you privy to new intelligence, my lord?
That's a good point, Alphino.
I would hardly call it new. Remind me, what was the name of that enormous Imperial warship which met its end in Mordona? Oh, wait, I have it. The Agrius. Yes, well, 'twould appear that the Garleans have been hard at work on another such vessel.
Hold on, Garleans? Surely everyone else... Surely there's been a bunch of other dialogues saying Garleans, right? Or have I been saying that incorrectly? Garleans? I suppose either's probably fine. Another...
How close are they to completing this ship? Is it operational?
Its maiden flight was a success, I hear. I should imagine Emperor Varys is eager to see how it performs in battle.
I can only associate Emperor Varys with 7-Eleven now because of a dream that I had. For those not privy to this, I made an image representing said dream. That I feel is important to share. So I had a dream where Emperor Varys got a sponsorship deal with some sort of gas station. And then I made this picture. That's it. He was demanding outlandish things from the gas station that I can't quite recall at the moment. But whenever you think of Emperor Varys, I implore you to think of this image. Anyway.
My lords and ladies, I move that it is time to repair the damage caused by Teleji Adeleji and prepare our great nation to repel the Empire once more.
I'll go ahead and put this back up preemptively. Is Lolorito lying? Maybe. Who can say? We're like withholding information until it suited his needs, most likely.
'Tis well that the Sultana has awoken. The Syndicate yet needs to put its house in order, but 'twould seem the worst of the confusion has passed. Uldar has taken control of its future, and I must do the same.
I can probably show up again by this point.
I have decided to disband the Crystal Braves.
Is that still within your power, Alphino?
Among the recruits, there were those who supported our Order's goals and convictions with all sincerity. 'Tis my hope that these loyal men and women will choose to remain our allies in the battles to come. As for those who sided with the traitor, Ilberd, they shall be hunted down and held to account for their crimes. It is my earnest hope that they will surrender themselves peaceably when the time comes, though I think it unlikely. Ah, my all-conquering Crystal Braves. The model army meant to pave the way for a single unified Grand Company of Eorzea. That so high an ideal should be brought so low. I need not tell you how deeply the betrayal stung me. Yet I see now that it was mine own naivety and pride which allowed the Braves to fall prey to corruption. As ever, it is to your own shining example that I turn for inspiration. Like you, I mean to stand firm in the face of hardship and give mine all for the cause. Let us resume the search for our missing comrades, that we might come together to shine the light of dawn across the realm once more.
It's
The
kind of
role
a...
of Crystal Brave Commander suited me
Sorry,
ill,
Alphino.
and I shall play it no longer. Henceforth, I shall be no more or less than Alphino, proud member of the Scions.
Is that another free company invite? I swear. Sure is. No. Decline. There sure are a lot of, like, different storyline plot thread things happening at once now that I think about it. I feel like I've been invited to that exact free company before, actually. Diamond Descendants. Anyway. I blush to speak thus of mine inner turmoil, but the fact remains there's no woman alive in whom I would rather confide. Were it not for your shining example, I might never have emerged from beneath the pall of my despair. Hey, you gotta give Haurchefant some credit for that too, I'm pretty sure. Still no word from Master Garland. I hope this mana cutter of theirs is nearing completion. I am assured that her grace will make a full recovery. I, and Uldar too, shall flourish once more. General Rauban and his colleagues have matters well in hand, I believe. Nod. Lady Yugiri, a question, if I may. I believe your people have been keeping a close watch on the Crystal Braves. Might you know how things stand at the Rising Stones? Ah, yes, of course. You will be pleased to know that the 3rd Unit Braves abandoned Revenant's Toll when they learned of Captain Ilberd's defeat. The only blue uniforms to be seen there now are those worn by soldiers loyal to you, Master Alphino. To me, I see. I'm grateful to hear that at least some of our members would true to their oaths. Ere we return to Ishgard, I must go to the Rising Stones and thank these stalwarts for their service. It shall be my final act as Crystal Brave Commander. Will you join me, Sucro? You were there at the company's inception. 'Tis only fitting that you be present at its end. And I would appreciate the support. Nod. It's been a while since we've seen the Rising Stones. Actually, hang on. While I'm here. Ah, that one Crystal Brave. Yeah, okay, there you are. We rejoice at your return, O esteemed and merciful warrior of light. Please have mercy on me. I'm glad I decided to check that dialogue, because that was the one who was like, "You, how dare you return here?" Before. Funny that they're still here. Just trying to be on the winning side, I guess, is that one's goal. No uniforms, I'm noticing. Commander, you're alive! And Sucro too! I knew you'd scrape through! My splendid Crystal Braves, I have wronged you, all of you. My promises of glory and salvation have brought you naught but blood and betrayal. Ah, you'll not hear us complaining. It was a sight messier than expected, aye, but we was still fighting for the freedom of all, just like we swore. Ain't that right, mates?
Aye, general agreement. You humble me. I'm truly blessed to have such steadfast comrades. It's with the most profound regret, then, that I must... That's enough of that, Commander. We know what you've a mind to say, and we ain't having none of it. We talked it over, see? We're all agreed. You can take our uniforms and strip us of our ranks, but we won't be no less of a company. But the Crystal Braves... The Crystal Braves may be finished, but the ideals upon which the company was founded live on. They bind us to each other, and to you. Commander, Alphino, our minds are made up, so you may as well get used to it. Let us help the Scions. Let us help you find Minfilia and the others. Nodding. Thankard light. Yeah, kinda. My friends, after all that's happened, I know not what to say. Man, they really got good with, like, the subtle displays of emotion in Heavensward, didn't they? Like, just people's faces and body language and stuff. We've seen it multiple times in this stream. Izael, Alphino just there, and then, like, Rauban. It's really good. I forgot it was as early as Heavensward that they really got good with stuff like that. I mean, I knew Heavensward was good. I'd forgot that particular part of it. I feel blessed to have witnessed such a display of camaraderie. I don't know if you know, but during that goddamned feast, Philamine got ambushed by some 3rd unit curs over in Limsa. Told she danced free of their noose, though. Ain't heard nothing since. My guess is she's lying low somewhere in the port. We will find the missing Scions, I promise you. Between us and the immortal flames, no stone in Eorzea will be left unturned. They will be rising, so that we can look under them. Or something. If we scrutinize the Scions' records, they should provide us with likely locations to which the missing Archons might have fled. Put your mind at ease. It's for work just such as this that we've been trained. Sucro Funk! I joined the Crystal Braves in the hope of following in your footsteps, and I do not regret the decision, not even for a moment. Yay. Sucro, good influence. We must repair this damage if our minds are to focus. Now, where to begin? First things first, we must needs put the Rising Stones in order. We cannot have the Archons return to find their headquarters such a shambles. I sent Shinobi to spy upon the brass blades, and it would seem that Ida and Papalimo's resistance accounted for a sizable number of the company's soldiers. All we know for certain, however, is that our friends' corpses were not found amongst the bodies they left behind. Ida and Papalimo may be alive? I mean, I know the answers to such questions, but still. Pray excuse me, I had thought my tears spent. My grandfather used to say that one could measure a man by the constancy of his comrades. Mayhap I am the exception which proves the rule. I do not protest, I know that I'm not worthy of their loyalty, Sucro. But as Thaliak is my witness, I shall do everything in my power to earn it. I must speak of future plans with the remaining Braves. Any information we uncover on the missing Scions will need to be shared with our allies across the realm. Specifically, Urianger and the Waking Sands and Tataru and Ishgard. While we are organizing our various channels of communication, I would ask that you call upon Master Garland at the manufactory. I will join you in Ishgard as soon as I'm able. Okie doke. We can do that. It's funny, I was saying that I could try to do shorter streams, and I keep going for a longer period of time than I originally intended to when I made that statement. For example, this current stream has been going for over 3.5 hours. just barely over, but 20 seconds over, in fact. And yet, I mean, this is... Maybe it's just difficult to stop playing Final Fantasy XIV, I suppose. The story is good. By the way, this is the guns man. So sleepy. I'm awake. We've been working on a second vessel while we perfected the prototype. Don't worry, they'll both be able to handle the winds you're expecting. Sucro, how in the Seven Hills do you do it? I was just about to send for you. We have but this moment completed the Mana Cutter's first successful test flight. A few minor adjustments and she'll be ready to go. While we see to the finishing touches, you might want to pay a visit to Fortam Manor. A dragoon by the name of Vistinian was looking for you. Okay. I'll go talk to Vistinian. For some reason, it's always been easy for me to forget precisely where Fortam Manor is. So I'm doubly appreciative of the map that was added at some point. Hello, Estinian. You have fulfilled your obligations to the Uldans, then. Mistress Tataru has been keeping me apprised of the situation. Once I learned that these mana cutters of Master Garland's were nearing completion, I saw no reason to tarry in the mists. For the present, Nidhogg seems content to remain in the Aery, plotting his revenge. Might not this be an apt moment to unfold our plans to Sir Emmerich? I think we've kept him in the dark long enough. Long enough. Maybe. That seems reasonable. I suppose. Suppose we haven't checked in with Emmerich in a bit, so makes sense.
All stands ready, Lord Commander.
There's a lot of voice acting, like, all together in this one part. I mean, I guess it's a major moment, a major series of moments. But there's a lot of voice acting all together, suddenly. Can't help but notice it.
The moment has come, then.
Pray excuse my lateness. I paid a brief visit to the workshop to inquire about the Mana Cutters. The engineers assure me that they're ready.
The Aery is now but a short flight away. Yet what a long and winding path we took to reach this point. Were it not for Master Alphino's proposal, we never would have attempted to parley with the dragons. Though our negotiations yielded little, our expedition with Lady Isar taught us much.
You took an unimaginable risk. I could scarce believe the tale Estinian told.
Aye. 'Tis true that many of our countrymen would sooner die than join hands with the heretic's mistress. But 'twas through that most unlikely of alliances that we came to speak with hraesvelgr.
It's a good thing that telling Emmerich stuff doesn't cause any problems. That sounds like sarcasm, but it's not.
A conversation that went rather poorly, as I recall.
I would say we learned a great deal from that conversation, so in some ways it did not go as poorly as you might think.
In this instance, the journey was more important than the destination. Had we not slain Nidhogg's consort, Tiaman, and put the Great Worm on his guard, the Dravanians would have arrived at Ishgard's walls long ago.
That is also true.
Aye, that they would. Full grateful am I for every hour of respite your actions have afforded us. Thanks to you, our defenses are much improved. 'Tis but a pity they won't be enough.
Thus you believe an assault upon the Aery represents the city's best chance of survival. Is that not so, Estinian?
I have an eyeball.
I am under no illusions. Nidhogg's might is legendary. But with his eye in my possession, I can stifle his strength at the source.
Now, the Aery, I would have to imagine, is going to be a dungeon that is at least slightly, if not significantly, reworked or changed to accommodate the duty support feature. Thinking about it. Because, Estinian played a vital role in the dungeon's mechanics, even before duty support. And if Estinian joins you for the duty support, they would have to do something to rework the structure of it, at least a little bit. Not something I had remembered to consider until right now.
Victory will be hard won, even so. And I shall be glad indeed to have the Warrior of Light at my side.
You shall have my blade as well. There are more of these mana cutters to be had, yes?
Emmerich, aren't you kind of important?
Lord Commander, no.
How can I, a proud knight of Ishgard, stand by and do naught while an outsider risks life and limb for our homeland? I swore an oath to protect this city.
Pray leave the slaying of dragons to dragoons, Sir Knight. Your duty to command the city's defense is no less vital.
Yeah, what he said.
Should we fail, and Nidhogg slip through our grasp, who then will hold the walls against him? Will you leave Ishgard in the hands of the Holy Sea's zealots?
There are others.
Who but you has the authority and the standing to orchestrate a city-wide defense? I do not, and neither does the Warrior of Light. That is why it is our place to fight, and yours to remain here, Lord Commander. What? You too, Master Alphino? By the Fury! You have shown some promise, but this adversary is far beyond your skills.
Alphino pout.
Your candor is appreciated, Sir Dragoon. I shall remain then and cheer you from afar.
Well, my friend, it would seem I have discouraged the last of the volunteers, and claimed the task as ours alone. But if any alive can best this worm, 'tis surely we too.
Nod. It will be us two alone, and, two others to fill out the duty support system. They will be of no consequence. I have pricked Master Alphino's pride, I fear. But had I been less forceful, the boy would have insisted on accompanying us to the Aery. Do not think me blind to his talent. With a few more campaigns under his belt, I have no doubt that Alphino will make a fine field commander. But one does not practice on an adversary such as Nidhogg. We shall be hard-pressed enough without the added worry of carrying a novice. It's about, at this point, though it was mentioned before... It was mentioned before that Estinian does care a good deal for his allies, his comrades, whatever you wish to call them. And that's becoming more and more apparent as we continue through Heavensward and learn more about him. Plus his surprising, diplomatic / reasoning skills in this previous cutscene. Estinian is definitely more than jumpy stabby man. Anyway, Ether Current Mana Cutter Key. We have tarried long enough. Let us call upon Master Garland to take possession of the Mana Cutters. I forgot that they were, like, actually friends, I guess. That probably becomes more apparent in the future. But it's not something I remembered. One of the many things I've forgotten. I suppose another thing I was hoping for when I started streaming this is that I would absorb more of the game. I'm not so sure if I have or not. That seems reasonable. The moment is at hand, Warrior of Light. I guarantee you won't find any loose rivets. We triple-checked. These little beauties are our pride and joy. Now they're yours, so be careful with them, eh? Sucro, old friend, the cutters are ready whenever you are. The finer adjustments cost us a few sleepless nights, but we got there in the end. Which means you can get where you need to go. I tell you, these little beauties will tear through that wind barrier like a cement drill through cottage cheese. And that, my friends, is a Garland Ironworks guarantee. You have our thanks. Come, Warrior of Light, the dread worm awaits. Sounded like I said, you have our thanks. Thanks. I comment a lot on my enunciation of stuff, don't I? Can't help but criticize my own reading of dialogue, I suppose. Hey, this place seems like it's kinda, falling to pieces a little bit. Alright, so who do we take to the Aery in duty support? Probably random people, along with Istinian. Just like random soldier. That seems to be... Temple Knight, Temple Chirusian. Istinian, yep. Is that how you say that word? Chirusian? I don't remember. So, our argument is like, Alphino, you're a novice. Anyway, hey, random temple knights, wanna help? I guess they would have training and whatnot, but... Let's do the Aery. Hello. Understandable. An understandable reaction to this. Wicked mortals, I shall melt your flesh and turn your bones to ash. Gotta read that one at the same time because it'll go away. Sucro, no. Success. Welcome to the Aery. Plot Dungeon 2 of Heavensward. I still don't have closed position. Also, these Temple Knights got here somehow. Let's not question it. These lightning strikes, are they the work of dragons? Never mind that, we have to hurry. Dancer is so, like, low brain usage at this level for me. I keep saying for me, but, like, it's plain to see, I think, that there's very few buttons occurring. Just in Istinian's party. I mean, I guess. I suppose there's a chance that eventually I will find Dancer has actually become more than I remember. Although, since I've been in this earlier part of the game for so long, I'm probably getting used to not pressing too many buttons, as it were. For good or for ill. I worry about my ability to play the video game, basically. I also worry about accidentally leveling up Dancer to 90 before I should, and thus wasting experience on this class as well. I say as well, meaning that, like, since I was considering Summoner, but would have wasted experience as Summoner. Istinian said, more lightning, and the healer said, we must tread carefully at some point. Square Enix make a class that's completely no thoughts head empty for me. As few thoughts and as much empty room as you can, please. I truly do wonder what classes they will have next. Hello there, Rangda. I don't recall your mechanics. Your lightning won't save you now. Incorrect button use. I believe you have to do something with the statues here. Probably. It's a pretty safe assumption, all things considered. Yeah, you have to link them to the... No, I remember this. I don't think... I remember this mechanic. I think this existed before. But like many mechanics, it was probably mostly ignorable after a certain point. That too. That's fair. Yeah, they've done something similar to this a few times. This doesn't seem like a particularly threatening variant of it. Let's keep moving, says Justinian. I will be right back real quick. That may not have been as real quick as advertised, but here I am. Okay. It's fine because they give you like an hour and a half time limit for this, I guess. Oh, right. We just go down. That makes sense. A terrible dragon appears before you. They have the advantage here. Even so, we must remain calm. Yeah, it's fine. It is of no consequence.
Know your folly.
Yeah, terrible dragon, etc. It's fine. Treasure. Clear prisms. Back in the day when glamour prisms were more complicated. Unnecessarily, I might add. Those were something else.
Your guard is down.
It's probably a good sign when, while I'm playing as a dancer, I'm like, I really like playing as a dancer. I think that probably indicates that I enjoy playing as a dancer. Although I am, of course, lacking most of the class still. Job, rather. I would say that's also probably a pretty good indication that I should continue to play as a dancer. Also, I feel like the ether pool weapons really work well with Dancer, because a lot of the, like, basic attacks sort of resemble them. Like, just my basic attack, I'm throwing orange discs. Wow. It's basically correct. So that's interesting. Let's see. Just a thought as we continue on our way through the Aery. Oh. I forgot to think about that, but I apparently do have a couple of things that are actually better for Dancer. Neat. Gascutus. I don't remember this one too well. This one appears stronger than the others, but it matters little. I leave the vanguard to you. Justinian's probably going to use the limit break whenever it suits him.
I will end your struggles!
Yes. Ah. A flammable gas.
I will end your struggles!
I don't remember the deal with that. Ah, right. Okay.
I will end
this seems
your
maybe like...
struggles!
Do you think he's going to end the struggles? This seems like maybe they adjusted this boss, because I don't recall this one as much, though admittedly, it's been a while. This is completely different? Alright. That's the vibe I was getting, but it's nice for the confirmation. They receive the confirmation, I mean. Oh yeah, as soon as they break out like that sort of indicator, it's very clear that it's different, because I don't think that existed in Heavensward. Normal. The get to the middle because it's going to push you away indicator. I don't know when that first shows up, normally. Mechanic where bombs would spawn and you'd have to kite them into clouds of poison gas to make them absorb it. That does sound vaguely familiar. This is way better. Not to let them absorb too much or they'll explode super big. Yeah, that does sound kind of familiar. Interesting. I always like seeing how they change things. I think that's really interesting. Gascuda screams with delight as poison drips down its body? Well, okay. That's quite a message. Ow. Zucro got exploded a little bit. Nidhogg is close. I sense him. Also, a Temple Knight was panting and saying, "Is it over?" Watch out, says Estinian. I remember this part. Yeah. Maybe the final fight stuff will be different? That would make sense, I think. Like, maybe that'll be completely different? We'll find out soon enough, I guess. Something they changed about Dancer, by the way, at some point, I think in Endwalker, is that, a few quality of life things. You notice when I use that dance, both my AoE skills and my single target skills both change to the dance steps. Previously, that was only the single target ones. And also, additionally, previously, a single target proc would only proc something for single target, and a AoE proc would only proc something for AoE. By which I mean like the reverse cascade and fountain fall, etc. But now if cascade procs reverse cascade, it will also proc rising windmill and allow you to use that instead. So you don't end up in situations where you're like, oh, there's only one enemy left, but my AoE is the one with the proc, so I guess I should still use that question mark? Because now you'll have the single target. We must rout them quickly, ere they overwhelm us. Probably mentioned all that Dancer stuff at some point in the past, but it's just something that was occurring to me now, talking about the things they changed. They made stuff convenient. Well, the objectives now say defeat Nidhogg 0 of 1, so... Hello. Zero out of 1 Nidhogg's defeated. Yes, indeed. Alone grant us strength. This ends here, Nidhogg. Well, impudent mortal, thou wouldst use my own eye against me? Well, yeah. Tremble at my fury. Hot wing. You can't just call a move that, Nidhogg. Also, you might remember this music from the Midgard Stormer fight. This seems different so far.
Taste my lance!
Yeah, we've still got that needs to be killed instantly, and it was killed in 1 hit? What? Huh? I don't know why that was so destroyable. I feel like that took more effort to destroy previously. Attend me, my kindred, slay these treacherous children of man. This seems familiar. Nidhogg's rancor is increasing.
Your guard is down. Know your folly.
My rage will consume you! Nah, you didn't get to the full meter. Owie. Treacherous mortals! I think Estinian just cut off Nidhogg's voice acting. A little bit. Should have shielded very slightly earlier. Yeah, I think they just cut part of that fight that wouldn't have worked with the Stinian in the party. And there was maybe a little bit of difference in the rest of it. Oh. By duty complete, no victory theme. Nidhogg escape. 0 of 1 Nidhogg's defeated still, I would argue. On your guard, our work here is not yet done. Oh, did they like change the part of the fight? Did they change this to a single player instance, maybe? like there's a single player instance fight here now, because there's the steps of whatever. I guess we'll find out. That's Nidhogg. This is probably new, this whole cutscene or something. Don't remember. Grr. Thou wouldst used my own eye against me? Time hath done naught to dilute thy kind's depravity. I have not forgotten thee, Dragoon. Mine essence claimed thee once and shall do so again. I think that's probably part of it.
Worm! This ends here!
No, Worm! That's a funny line for some reason. Anyway, I think that is probably part of the Dragoon questline, if I had to guess, because I shouldn't have to guess, because I did that at some point, but I didn't do that as Sucrose, so it's a long forgotten memory. Anyway, this ends here. Stab. Sucro is just watching. We stab too. Ooh. There was like a twisted expression on Estinian's face that you could briefly see. Hey, guess what? His armor got stained crimson. Told you. Explosion. I, too. The second eye.
You gifted my people 1,000 years of suffering. Now I gift you an eternity in darkness.
He's 20% faster? Oh dear. At least. Ugh. Fox, die! I mean, no, wrong game. Crystal, instead. Yay, the lightning crystal. I'm Luca! Precisely. Cat alive? They actually did a Fox alive joke for the Fox die thing, didn't they? I forgot about that until just now. Metal Gear. Meanwhile, in the distant past. Very distant past. Most likely. Check it out, I'm gonna juggle these.
They are ours, Lord Eldrath. The eyes of Nidhogg.
So Nidhogg lost both of his eyes before.
Aye. The worm lies broken and my father is avenged. With the wellspring of his vitality thus denied him, Nidhogg shall not linger long in this world. But behold the terrible price we have paid. My sire is dead. So many brother knights slain.
The silver dragoon armor is pretty good. I will agree.
We traded our honor for the strength which now courses in our veins. And still we are forced to make such sacrifice.
Pure white, silver, whatever it is.
But not in vain, my lord. Hraesvelgr is the only great worm left in Dravania, and he dares not leave his lair.
So how did Nidhogg come back to life?
With Nidhogg's eyes in your possession, who now can challenge the might of Ishgard, ascend the throne, and take your rightful place as the ruler of our people?
Nay, my friend. I must forsake the mantle of king. Though Nidhogg be defeated, his wormling horde yet darkens the skies with wings beyond counting. As one who partook of Ratatoska's strength, it shall be my penance to bear a knight's arms until death grants me leave to retire. When that day comes, no prince shall perish, but a hell's-bound hunter of dragons.
But Lord Haldreth, what then shall become of the royal line?
Think of your people, my lord. Without a king, who will the common man turn to in his hour of need? How will he find his way without your benevolent hand to guide him?
I thank you, Sir Flavian and Sir Silvertrill, for dispelling my remaining doubts. With men of such wisdom and compassion in service to the realm, 'tis plain that Ishgard has no need of a king. But if you must bow to the demands of tradition, you need look no further than yourselves for one worthy to wear the crown.
Historically, it's always gone well when there's not an obvious king and there's a contest for who is going to be the new ruler amongst a group of people. Historically, this has never caused any problems. It's always been chosen without any conflict, no murder, no war. Everything is going to be great. Great plan, Haldreth. Excellent. No problems here. And then Ishgard fell over.
Fare thee well, my brother knights, my loyal friends. On these shoulders shall I bear the weight of my father's sins. With this lance shall I repay the debt accrued through our misdeeds.
I don't actually remember how it goes from here, but I assume poorly.
What cruel jest has fate played upon us? Have we seized this desperate victory only to lose a king?
We can but act as our lord has bid. We few who remain must divide between us the rulership of Ishgard and her people.
Not I. My oath was to Lord Haldreth, and he alone. If he is not to be king, then I would hang up my shield as well.
Will you abandon us too, sir?
I would wash my hands of blood and betrayal, and take up an honest trade. Mayhap I shall serve ale instead of sharpened steel.
Huh. Who's that? Okay, so a bunch of them decided, nah, fuck this, we out, and then the rest of them were the guy who starts the Forgotten Knight. I mean, that makes sense. So yeah, we've got Zemael, Fortom, Halionart, fourth one.
Fortom, Hylanat, Dyrendare, and Zemail.
There we go. Hey, thanks for pronouncing all of those. Hayanart, Ortam, Durender, Zemail. So yeah, this is the houses.
But 4 houses to rule all of Ishgard.
And what of the throne?
We keep it empty. Until the day a king rises once more, we must assume the role of stewards.
Well, to give them the smallest amount of credit, this didn't immediately start all of them fighting over who gets to have the throne, as I was previously joking about. But still, they all do end up fighting with each other, causing some problems. Oh, and then it becomes a theocracy at some point, so that sucks. Whoops.
We shall shape our nation anew with a history of our own making, and let the truth of this dark day die here, upon the battlefield.
They did decide to destroy history, to rewrite it, so that also fucking sucks. Bad move. Causes many problems in the future. Doing alright, Sucro?
What ails you, friend? Are you wounded?
I just learned a whole bunch of stuff about the past.
You have borne witness to history. To the culmination of the first battle with Nidhogg. The legend of Ishgard's founding tells that our ancestors were led to the land of Kurthus by the valiant King Thordan.
No, I don't want to skip it. I keep pressing the wrong button, I'm sorry.
In the midst of their journey, they came to a wide chasm, where they were set upon by a great worm, Nidhogg. A furious battle then ensued, with Thordan leading the van. Though the brave king was slain defending his people, his son, Haldrath, the first Azure Dragoon, fought on undaunted.
Definitely erased a whole bunch of the important parts of history with that one.
With a mighty thrust of his lance, he gouged out Nidhogg's eye, forcing the wicked creature into retreat.
I remember something now, which is plain to see by the fact that both of these eyes are different colors. And that's why Nidhogg was back, because hraesvelgr lent him one of his eyes. One of those is a hraesvelgr eye, because it's yellow. I just remembered that plot point. Probably this will be brought up eventually, but yeah. Possibly something you could puzzle out for yourself at this point in the game had you no former knowledge. But I just recalled this. I think.
Thus, did this eldritch orb become a sacred treasure of Ishgard, lending its power to every knight deemed worthy to bear the title of Azure Dragoon.
To give myself credit for right now, and not say it's just entirely because of former knowledge, I did notice hraesvelgr was missing an eye. I did notice these two eyes are different colors. And I did notice that both of Nidhogg's eyes were gouged out. So you can piece this together, but I think I knew this from the last time I played through the story, or at least this part of the story. Eldritch Orb.
A rousing tale, is it not? Would that I could still believe it. But your vision, which we must accept as immutable truth, leaves no room for doubt, save on one point.
They're about to point it out, right?
Both of Nidhogg's eyes. Then how came this eye to be lodged in the worm's skull?
Yeah. So I got to that point immediately before the cutscene itself pointed it out. That one's yellow, Estinian. Why are you giving me this?
Beneath every answer,
I hope that screenshot was fast enough.
another question lies buried.
I just want to picture Sucro holding the weird orb. It probably got, like, the first frame of Estinian instead. Yes, I did. I got the first frame of Estinian instead. Oh, okay. Well, I did notice hraesvelgr was missing one. No attention was drawn to that. Anyway, thanks for the weird eye, I guess. I do have a VOD. I can also rewatch a cutscene, I'm pretty sure. Now we can start the official counter for how long it takes Estinian to clean his armor.
'Twas a fierce battle, but one I knew we would win. Your fame is well-deserved, warrior of light. Full proud am I to have fought at your side.
I don't know how to measure that length of time, but it's a long time. Probably.
I would fain return with all swiftness to Ishgard to inform the Lord Commander of our triumph.
Clean your armor.
But we must first have words with hraesvelgr. There are parts of this tale that the worm has kept from us, and I would know wherefore.
I'm sure that'll go well. I mean, I guess we might as well. Though Nidhogg is fallen, my heart is yet heavy, and the stain of corruption pleases me not. When all has been put to rest, I must needs forge my armor anew. Now you have your own funny boat. Yay! Boat. This is also funny because, like, of course, the Mana Cutter without flight is just a funnier car. Surprisingly large, all things considered. Anyway. The song begins. With Nidhogg fallen, none save hraesvelgr remains to answer our questions. Let us trouble the worm again. And if Iceheart yet lingers at zenith, all the better. I would have her hear the truth from the dragon's maw. Also, one of the horns on Estinian's helmet was broken. I think that's new. That's a new development. I'm not sure I noticed that before. There might be other imperfections in his armor, aside from the obvious stained red nature of it. There's another side quest here. Figure we should at least talk to hraesvelgr. Find a good stopping point instead of just arbitrarily stopping. Ah. Yeah, alright. I'll do that later. Here we are again, back at Zenith. To speak once more to the great worm hraesvelgr. And be like, hey, we killed Nidhogg, lol, LMAO. Do you want your eyeball that we don't know about being yours? Oh, the horn was broken before? Alright. Fair enough. I guess I just didn't notice it until now. Hey, Zale's still here. She's scarce moved since we last parted. hraesvelgr's confession will soon shake her from her stupor. 'Twas you, was it not, The furious screams of the dragons carried far. You have slain Nidhogg. What more could you desire from this place? Will you not allow hraesvelgr to mourn the death of his kin in peace? Spare us your sanctimonious judgment, Ice Maiden. We have a gift for the Great Worm, and a mystery that can no longer lie buried. Lady Iceheart, the Dragon Song War has all but consumed your life and claimed many of your followers. It is time you learn the truth of its beginning, the whole truth, that we may at last bring this bitter conflict to an end. Meanwhile, the weather is scary. Sound the horn, warrior of light. I wanted to see what the weather was called. I'm sure Nidhogg will... I mean, wait, not Nidhogg. I'm sure hraesvelgr will love this. Well, I mean, he showed up. That's a good start. Probably. Hello. Impenitent mortals, ever seeking to bury old wrongs under new. Dang it, no. Keep pressing that button somehow. I'm afraid I'll actually skip one. Hi, I'm a cat. I did since the moment of Nidhogg's demise.
You mean the moment I prized your eye from his head?
They do mention it immediately. Alright. Interesting. Would seem thou hast uncovered my secret. Aye, unto the blinded Nidhogg did I yield one half of my strength. You want it back? Seems like yes. hraesvelgr seemed genuinely surprised by this. Sucro smile slightly. Ugh. Time for a vision. Time to learn about stuff. Nidhogg, what hath befallen thee? We are undone by covetous mortals. They did take Ratatoska's eyes and glut their appetites upon her essence. She is slain, then? What madness hath unmade our peaceful accord? Did I not warn thee, brood brother? They have ever been untrustworthy creatures, these short-lived Ellison. Yeah, no eyes. But thou wert enchanted by thy mortal maid. Thy folly hath cost Ratatoska her life, and me mine eyes. Oh, my beloved Shiva, how swiftly are thy kin made bestial by their appetites. Hraesvelgr, 'twas thy blindness that did invite disaster into our lands. Surrender thee an eye to me, and let that be thy penance. Nidhogg. They bested me once, but I was reckless. I shall need but a single eye to inflict enduring torment upon these traitors and every child of their line. Yield to me thy strength, brood brother. My vengeance is begun.
Should I have been on screen for this? This seems pretty serious. I guess it's probably fine. Yeesh.
So Nidhogg demanded the eye of you, eh? Thou hast borne witness to a scene from my past.
It was yours. Your strength that sustained Nidhogg all these years.
Would that Haldreth had dealt the worm a killing blow.
When my brood brother did appear before me, bloody and blinded, his life was all but spent. He demanded half my vigor that he might exact his revenge upon the mortals who had wronged us.
And so you acquiesced. You surrendered your eye to Nidhogg, knowing full well the suffering he would inflict.
This one
The peace my beloved so dearly desired had been shattered by her own kin. Their treachery claimed my brood sister's life and my brood brother's reason. Thinkest thou thy fits of indignation will move me to remorse? Go, mortals, take your unruly passions and leave this place. Your presence here spelleth naught but misery. Were it not for Shiva's soothing embrace, I would slay you where you stand. Woe betide you should the bond we share ever weaken.
Midgardstormer, you wanna weigh in here? Maybe? Anything to say? No? Okay, that's fine. Probably fine.
Hey, this has been almost 5 hours now. Oops. Jovial quest completion music after that. Unlusted betrayal beget unending vengeance. That seems bad. Seems like bad things are about to happen. Though he lifted not a single claw, 'twould seem that hraesvelgr wreaked his own manner of vengeance against us. Quest accepted! Yay! More cutscene. Whoops.
'Twas my life's goal to
More voice
slay
acting.
Nidhogg. But I find there is little joy to be had in its accomplishment.
But you have rid the world of a hate-filled creature, and ended a bloody war in so doing.
I lost my family to Nidhogg's flames, and 'twas with fury in my heart that I took up the lance. Every blow I struck in the name of vengeance. We were not so different, he and I.
When you run out of hatred, what do you got left?
I will not judge you for your deeds. I have not the right. Too many innocents have perished in the name of my greater good.
Yet even with all that has passed, the tale is incomplete. We are short a great worm's eye. Of the pair which Haldreth took from Nidhogg, only one is known to us, the one I bear. What then became of the other?
That does seem like an extremely important question, and I'm glad Istinian thought of this. Istinian thinks of a lot more stuff than I remember Istinian thinking of, to be honest.
Why did Nidhogg, who had taken such pains to prolong the Dragonsong War, suddenly decide to hurl his entire army against the walls of Ishgard?
There must be another eye there, huh? Pope has it, probably, if I had to guess.
Lord Commander. Aye. The deed is done. Nidhogg is slain. What? In the city? A battle with whom?
That's not
At once,
good.
Lord Commander. Hold firm till our return.
He sure does think about dragons a lot.
Fighting has broken out in the city. Lord Emmerich was sparse with the particulars, but it seems some commoners threw open the gates to a force of heretics.
I gave no order to attack.
Are we to mark the end of the Dragonsong War by spilling the blood of our own? Mayhap hraesvelgr was right about us.
Seems
Let us
bad.
away, warrior of light. The people must be saved from themselves.
Nod.
Wait! I would join you!
That seems like a bad idea, because Ishgard would be like, wow, it's the leader of the heretics, and shoot you in the face immediately.
There has been enough violence. I will appeal to my people in the city and make them see reason.
Nod. Well, I guess it's worth a shot.
Come then, Lady Iceheart. Let us write the final chapter in this damnable war.
Still seems kind of risky, I don't know. Guess we're gonna do that, though. Oh, okay. Time for the Pope table, I guess.
A small army of heretics has invaded the city, Your Eminence.
Do you think he's keeping the other eye under his Pope hat?
But there is no cause for concern. A sizable contingent of our soldiers is already in place to repel the Dravanian assault, and the intruders will soon find themselves outnumbered and outmatched.
That's what it's for, that's why it's tall.
Proceed apace, then.
Yes, Your Eminence. This unrest shall serve to feed the people's fear of the heretics and the dragons both.
And lend renewed fervor to their prayers for deliverance. Very good. Grant our guests what time they need to sow a measure of chaos, then order the Temple Knights to crush them. Your will be done.
Hmm. Yep, that's about what I expected.
The moment is at hand.
La Brea.
Excellent. All shall soon be in alignment.
I thought La Brea was dead.
It is time
Forgot.
for the bringer of light to die.
No, that's me. I don't want to do that. I'm just a cat. No. Eh. Yeah. Well, that's bad. Hey, they didn't give me a several cutscenes and sequence warning for any of this. Hush font. Yay. It's fine. Istinian shrug. Sucro nod. Yeah, that's true. That is definitely true about the Asians.
There!
Comrades, sheathe your swords! There is no need for further bloodshed!
My lady!
She has come!
Hear me, brothers and sisters! The war is ended! Nidhogg is no more!
Confusion.
Aye, it is so! This adventurer and the Azure Dragoon laid the great worm low!
Wouldn't some of them be like, wait, aren't we like fighting for the dragons? Excuse me, hello? Wait, isn't this bad? Wouldn't that be...
The endless cycle of violence between man and dragon was born of our forefathers' treachery. You have followed me, bled with me, to bring this truth to light that we might all know peace. But Nidhogg is dead. Nidhogg is dead, my friends! He who bore such hatred towards Ishgard is dead! Let his hatred die with him, I say! Let us sheathe our swords and go in peace!
And then the Temple Knights show up and crush Yeah, exactly, see? Guy going like, wait, the dragons we were fighting for those, right? Hey, what? Yeah. No.
No, my friend! Far from it! At long last, the peace for which we have so desperately fought is within our grasp. And I, for one, would not forsake it.
Now the Temple Knights show up and start murdering everybody, right? That's the next thing that happens. Probably.
Peace?
Well, I guess that worked out. That guy seemed mad.
Seize the witch! Let none escape!
Yep.
Providing aid and succor to the wounded should be our first concern.
Thank you, Harshfont.
If the heretics mean to observe the peace, then it would be folly not to do the same.
Yeah, don't like... Yeah. Now my question at this point is, if I continue talking to people, is there going to be like another 30 minutes of cutscenes at this part? Because I have been going for almost 5 hours. It seems like a reasonable breaking point. Not the best one, but reasonable. What do you think, Estinian? Let us see how long this piece lasts. I give it about 5 minutes, but that's probably fine for now. Whoop, nope, not there. I think this will be it for this one. Probably no stream tomorrow? Ah, a woo! I got that thing working again, by the way, so now it shows up. Presumably no stream tomorrow? Well, given that I streamed rather late today, that is not something I can say for certain. But, also it's weird to be like talking about the concept of a stream tomorrow when it took me a very long time to stream this many times in a row. But I don't know. I'm so far recently, at least, succeeding in streaming relatively more often, and I hope to keep that up. I hope to continue the adventures through Heavensward. Possibly return to Ultra Kaiju Monster Rancher. There's a couple other things I'm considering that weren't on that interest check poll. Like maybe a few one-offs of let's try this game that looks interesting to me. Sort of streams, that sort of thing. I don't know, just thoughts. But for now, thank you all for watching. Sucro is going to take a nap. Oh yeah, Hampter is on the list. Let me see if I can bring up that interest check. What's it? First of all, we can look at this again for a second. Everyone loves this picture that is good. This was the interest check poll results thing that I did. As you can see, I sorted it by priority. People wanted more Sucro. People want me to revisit Bomberman Hero. People want me to play Fire Emblem Fates, more Splatoon 3, PSO Episode 3 Card Battle Revolution, and then various other stuff. So I guess I would probably be prioritizing some of those in theory, but of course, not necessarily. Pokemon Violet, already done. Splatoon 3, as far as that's concerned, there's a Splatfest early next year. And I do want to stream every Splatfest. Fire Emblem Fates, I don't know how I'm going to tackle that. Fire Emblem Engaged was also on this poll, but it didn't make it into the top 3 priority tiers. But I'm probably going to... I might do that anyway. I feel like that's going to be Fire Emblem Fates 2. But there's no way I'd be able to cover all of Fates before that showed up. Because that's like late next month. That's in like a month. But yeah, as far as all this goes, Bomberman Hero would be a stream. Fire Emblem Fates would be a stream. PSO Episode 3 would be a stream. Morham Taro is a stream. Dragon Quest Monsters 3D is a stream. Ogre Battle 64 is a stream. Spore is probably like 1 or 2 streams at most. When I say everything else is a stream, I mean like a series of. Chicory would be a recording one. PSO Blue Burst would probably also be streams. Phantasy Star Portable 2, I'm not sure. Soul Calibur 3, also not entirely sure. I guess Ogre Battle 64 could be a recording too, but there's a lot of stuff. And of course, there's also all this stuff that's unrelated to all that I might do at any point. That's just a vague, like... That was just a vague, what are people interested in sort of situation. In any case, all that being said, Sucro take a nap. Midgard's armor is here too, I guess. And next time, unrest in Ishgard continues, and it's probably going to be bad news for everybody. Hooray! Thank you all for watching. If you would like to support me, all of the links are arrayed on your screen at the moment. You may choose to consider them, but by no means it is not by any means necessary. Thank you all for watching, and I hope you have a good night. Farewell.